Chapter 1 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 1. If you are one of the favored few privileged to ride in chaises, you may find the combination of Broadway during the evening rush hour in a late November storm stimulating. You may, that is, provided you have a reliable driver. If contrariwise you happen to be of the class whose fate it is to travel in public conveyances, and lucky if you have the price, and the car, say, won't stop for you, why, Claire Lang had been standing in the drenching wet at the street crossing for fully 10 minutes. The badgering crowd had been shouldering her one way, pushing her the other, until, being a stranger and not very big, she'd become so bewildered that she lost her head completely, and with the blind impulse of a hen with paresis, started straight out in amidst the crush of traffic, with all the chances strong in favour of her being instantly trampled underfoot, or ground under wheel, and never a one to know how it had happened. An instant, and she was back again in her old place upon the curbstone. Something like the firm iron grip of a steam derrick had fastened on her person, hoisted her neatly up, and set her as precisely down exactly where she had started from. It took her a full second to realize what had happened. Then, quick as a flash, anger flamed up in her pale cheeks, blazed in her tired eyes. For of course this was an instance of insult, described by the family at home as common to the experience of unprotected girls in New York City. She groped about in her mind for the formula to be applied in such cases, as recommended by Aunt Amelia. "Sir, you are no gentleman. If you were a gentleman, you would not offer an affront to a young defenceless girl who—" The rest eluded her. She could not recall it, try as she would. In desperate resolve to do her duty anyway, she tilted back her umbrella, whereat a fine stream of water poured from the tip directly over her upturned face, and trickled cheerily down the bridge of her short nose. "Sir," she shouted resolutely, and when she stopped, for plainly her oration was in the premises a misfit, the person beside her, the one of the mortal effrontery and immortal grip, being a woman of masculine proportions, towering, deep-chested, large-limbed, but with a face which belied all these, for in it her sex shone forth in a motherliness unmistakable, as if the world at large were her family, and it was her business to see it was generously provided for, along the pleasantest possible lines for all concerned. "What car?" the woman trumpeted, gazing down serenely into Claire's little, wet, anxious, upturned face at her elbow. "Columbus Avenue." The stranger nodded, peering down the glistening, wet way as if she were a skipper sighting a ship. "My car, too. First Lexington, next Broadway, then there's ours." Again that derrick grip, and they stood in the heart of the maelstrom, but apparently perfectly safe, unassailable. "They won't stop," Claire wailed plaintively. "I've been waiting for ages. The car'll go by. You see if it won't." It did, indeed, seem on the point of sliding past, as all the rest had done, but of a sudden the motorman vehemently shut off his power and put on his brake. By some hidden mysterious force that was in her, or the mere commanding dimensions of her frame, Claire's companion had brought him to a halt. She lifted her charge gently up onto the step, pausing herself before she should mount the platform to close the girl's umbrella. "Step lively! Step lively!" the conductor urged insistently, reaching for his signal strap. The retort came calmly, deliberately, but with perfect good nature. "Not on your life, young man. I've been stepping lively all day, and for so long's it's going to take this car to get to 116th Street, my time ain't worth no more a settin' hens." The conductor grinned in spite of himself. "Well, mine is," he declared, while with an authoritative finger he indicated the box into which Claire was to drop her fare. "So all the other roosters think. the woman let fall with a tolerant smile, while she diligently searched in her shabby purse for 5 cents. Claire, in the doorway, lingered. "Step right along in, my dear. Don't wait for me," her friend advised, closing her teeth on a dime as she still pursued an elusive nickel. "Step right along in and sit down anywheres, and if there ain't nowheres to sit, why just take a waltz step or two in the direction of some of them elegant gentlemen's feet occupying the places meant for ladies, and if they don't get up for love of you, they'll get up for love of their shins." Still the girl did not pass on. "Fare, please." There was a decided touch of asperity in the conductor's tone. He glared at Claire, almost menacingly. Her lip trembled. The quick tears sprang to her eyes. She hesitated, swallowed hard, and then brought it out with a piteous gulp. "I had my fare. It was in my glove. It must have slipped out. It's gone, lost, and—" A tug at the signal strap was the conductor's only comment. He was stopping the car to put her off, but before he could carry out his purpose the woman had dropped her dime into the box with a sounding click. "Fare for two," she said, "and if I had time and a place to sit, I'd turn you over across my knee and give you two for fare, young man, for the sake of your mother, who didn't learn you better manners when you was a boy." With which she laid a kind hand upon Claire's heaving shoulder and impelled her gently into the body of the car, already full to overflowing. For a few moments the girl had a hard struggle to control her rising sobs, but happily no one saw her working face and twitching lips, for her companion had planted herself like a great bulwark between her and the world, shutting her off, walling her round. Then suddenly she found herself placed in a hurriedly vacated seat from which she could look up into the benevolent face inclined toward her and say, without too much danger of breaking down in the effort, "I really did have it, the money, you know. Truly, I'm not a—" "Oh, pooh! Don't you worry your head over a little thing like that. Such accidents is liable to occur in the best regulated families. They do in mine, sure." "But you see," quavered the uncertain voice, "I haven't any more. That's all I had, so I can't pay you back, and—" It was curious, but just here another passenger hastily rose, vacating the seat next Claire's, and leaving it free, whereat her companion compressed her bulky frame into it with a sigh, as of well-earned rest, and remarked comfortably, "Now we can talk. You was saying, what was it? About that change, you know. 'Twas all you had. You mean by you, of course." Claire's pale, pinched face flushed hotly. "No, I don't," she confessed, without lifting her downcast eyes. Her companion appeared to ponder this for a moment, then quite abruptly she let it drop. "My name's Slosson," she observed. "Martha Slosson. I go out by the day. Laundry work, house cleaning, general chores. I got a husband and 4 children, to say nothing of a mother-in-law who lives with us and keeps an eye on things while me and Sammy, that's Mr. Slosson, is out working, and lucky if it's an eye itself, for it's not a hand, I can tell you that. What's your name, if I may make so bold?" "Claire Lang. My people live in Grand Rapids, where the furniture and carpet sweepers come from," with a wistful, faint little attempt at a smile. "My father was judge of the Supreme Court, but he had losses, and then he died, and there wasn't much left of anything, and so—" "You come to New York to make your everlasting fortune, and you—" Claire Lang shook her head, completing the unfinished sentence. "No, I haven't made it. That is, not yet. But I'm not discouraged. I don't mean to give up. Things look pretty dark just now, but I'm not going to let that discourage me. No, indeed, I'm going to be brave and courageous and never say die, even if— "Turn round and pretend you're looking out of the window," suggested Mrs. Slosson confidentially. "The way folks stare, you'd think the world was full of nothing but laughing hyenas. Don't you care, my dear? Well, for some of them, if they could shed an honest tear or two themselves once in a while, instead of being that brazen, wouldn't be water at all. but puts as pomady it'd take to make an impression on 'em, and don't you forget it. There, that's right. Now, no one can observe what's occurring in your face, and I can talk straight into your ear, see? What I was going to say is, that being a mother myself and having children of my own to look out for, I couldn't recommend any lady, let alone one so young and pretty as you, to take up with strangers here in New York City, be they male or be they female. No, certainly not. But in this case, you can take it from me, I'm okay. I can give the highest references. I worked for the best families in this town ever since I was a child. You needn't be a mite afraid. I'm just a plain mother of a family, and believe me, you can trust me as you would trust one of your own relations, though I do say it as shouldn't, knowing how queer own relations can be and is when put to it at times. So, if you happen to be in a hole, my dear, without friends or such things in the city you feel free to turn to, or if you seem to stand in need of a word of advice or anything else, why, don't you hesitate a minute. It'd be a pretty deep hole Martha Slauson couldn't see over the edge of, be sure of that, even if she did have to stand on her toes to do it. Holes is my specialty, having been in and out, as you might say, all my life, particularly in. Judicious or not, Claire told her story. It was not a long one, just the everyday experience of a young girl coming to a strange city, without influence, friends, or money, expecting to make her way and finding that way beset with difficulties, blocked by obstacles. "I've done everything I could think of. Honestly, I have," she concluded apologetically. "I began by trying for big things, artwork in editorial offices. Everybody liked my artwork in Grand Rapids, but 'twas no use. Then I took up commercial drawing. I got what looked like a good job, but the man gave me 1 week's pay, and that's all I could ever collect, though I worked for him over a month. Then I tried real estate. One firm told me about a woman selling for them who cleared, I don't know how much a week, in commissions. Something queer must be the matter with me, I guess, for I never got rid of a single lot, though I walked my feet off. I've tried writing ads, and I've directed envelopes. I've read the wants columns till it seems as if everybody in the world was looking for a job, but I can't get anything to do. I guess God doesn't mean me to die of starvation, for you wouldn't believe how little I've had to eat all summer and fall, and yet I'm almost as strong and hearty as ever. But lately I haven't been able to make any money at all, not 5 cents, so I couldn't pay my board. They told me at the house where I live that I'd have to square up tonight, or I couldn't keep my room any longer. They took my trunk a week ago. I haven't had anything to wear except these clothes I have on since, and they're pretty wet now, and I've nowhere to go, and it is pouring so hard, and I should have been put off the car if you hadn't." Mrs. Slauson checked the laboured flow with a hand upon the girl's knee. "Where did you say your boarding house is?" she inquired abruptly. 95th Street, West, 285.5. "Good gracious, and we're only 3 blocks off there now." "But you said," expostulated Claire helplessly, feeling herself propelled as by the hand of fate through the crowd toward the door, "you said you live on 116th Street." "So I do, my dear, so I do. But I've got some business to transact with a lady living in 95th Street, West, 285.5. Come along. Step lively, as my friend this nice young man out here on the rear platform says." End of Chapter 1. Read by Sandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Chapter 2 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 2. They plodded along the flooded street in silence, Claire following after Martha Slauson like a small child, almost clutching at her skirts. It was not easy to keep pace with the long, even strides that covered so much ground, and Claire fell into a steady pony trot that made her breath come short and quick, her heart beat fast. She dimly wondered what was going to happen, but she did not dare or care to ask. It was comfort enough just to feel this great embodiment of human sympathy and strength beside her, to know she was no longer alone. Before the house, Martha paused a moment. "Now, my dear, there ain't going to be nothing for you to do but just sit tight," she vouchsafed reassuringly. "Don't you start to butt in, if you'll pardon the liberty, no matter what I say. I'm going to be a perfect lady, never fear. I know my place, and I know my duty, and if your boarding house lady knows hers, there'll be no trouble whatsomedever. So don't you worry." She descended the 3 steps leading from the street level down into the little paved courtyard below and rang the basement bell. A moment, and an inner door was unlocked, flung open, and a voice from just within the grating of the closed iron area gate asked curtly, "Well, what's wanted?" "Is this is this the lady of the house?" Martha Slosson's voice was deep, bland, prepossessing. "I'm Mrs. Daggett, yes, if that's what you mean." "That's what I mean. My name's Slosson, Mrs. Sammy Slosson, and I come to see you on a little matter of business connected with a young lady who's been lodging in your house, Miss Lang." Mrs. Daggett stepped forward and unlatched the iron gate. "Come in," she said, in a changed voice, endeavouring to infuse into her acrid manner the grace of a belated hospitality. Claire, completely hidden from view behind Martha Slosson's heroic proportions, followed in her wake like a wee foreshortened shadow as, at Mrs. Daggett's invitation, Mrs. Slosson passed through the area gateway into the malodorous basement hall, and so to the dingy dining room beyond. Here a group of grimy clothed tables seemed to have alighted in sudden confusion, reminding one of a flock of pigeons huddled together in fear of the vultures soon to descend on them with greedy, all-devouring appetites. "We can just as well talk in here as anywhere," announced Mrs. Daggett. "It's 1/4 before dinner time, but if you'd rather go up to the parlour, we can." "Oh dear, no," said Martha Slosson suavely. "Any place is good enough for me. Don't trouble yourself. I'm not particular where I am." Unbidden, she drew out a chair from its place beside one of the uninviting tables and sat down on it deliberately. It creaked beneath her weight. "Oh, Miss Lang," said Mrs. Daggett, surprised, seeing her young lodger now for the first time. Martha nodded. "Yes, it's Miss Lang, and I brought her with me through the terrible storm. Mrs. Daggett," supplied the owner of the name promptly. "That's right, Daggett," repeated Martha. "I brought Miss Lang with me, Mrs. Daggett, because I couldn't believe my ears when she told me she was going to be turned out if she didn't pay up tonight, whether or no. I wanted to hear the real truth of it from you, ma'am, straight with her by." Mrs. Daggett coughed. "Well, business is business. I'm not a capitalist. I'm not keeping a boarding house for my health, you know. I can't afford to give credit when I have to pay cash." "But of course you don't mean you'd actually refuse the young lady shelter a night like this if she come to you, open and honest, and said she hadn't the price by her just at present, but she would have it sooner or later, and then you'd be squared every cent. You wouldn't turn her down now if she said that, would you?" "Say, Mrs. Slosson, or whatever your name is," broke in Mrs. Daggett sharply, "I'm not here to be cross-questioned. When you told me you'd come on business for Miss Lang, I thought 'twas to settle what she owes. If it ain't, I'm a busy woman. I'm needed in the kitchen this minute to see to the dishing up. Have the goodness to come to the point. Is Miss Lang going to pay? If she is, well and good. She can keep her room. If she isn't—" The accompanying gesture was eloquent. Mrs. Slosson's chair gave forth another whine of reproach as she settled down on it with a sort of inflexible determination that defied argument. "So that's your ultimato?" she inquired calmly. "I understand you to say that if this young lady, who any one with a blind eye can see she's quality, I understand you to say that if she don't pay down every cent she owes you, here and now, you'll put her out, bag and baggage?" "No, not bag and baggage, Mrs. Slosson," interposed the boarding-house keeper with a wry smile, bridling with the sense that she was about to say something she considered rather neat. "I am, as you might say, holding her bag and baggage as security. "Now, what do you think of that?" ejaculated Martha Slosson. "It's quite immaterial to me what anybody thinks of it," Mrs. Daggett snapped. "And now, if that's all you've got to suggest, why, I'm sure it's all I have, and so, the sooner we end this, the sooner I'll be at liberty to attend to my dinner." Still Mrs. Slosson did not stir. "I suppose you think you're a lady," she observed, without the faintest suggestion of heat. "I suppose you think you're a lady, but you certainly ain't working at it now. What takes my time, though, is the way you actually seem to be meaning what you say. Why, I wouldn't turn a dog out a night like this, and you'd let a delicate young girl go out into the driving storm, a stranger without a place to lay her head. That is, for all you know. I could bet my life, without knowing a thing about it, that the good Lord never let you have a daughter of your own. He wouldn't trust the keeping of a child's body, not to speak of her soul, to such as you. That is, he wouldn't if he could help himself. But, thanks be, Miss Lang ain't dependent. She's well and able to pay all she owes, supposing she has been kinder strapped for a little while back, and had to economize by coming to such a place as this. I've knowed others compelled to economize with 3 trunks alongside a hall bedroom wall for a while, too, and by their circumstances was such that they had money to burn. It's not for the likes of Miss Lang to try to transact business with your sort. It would soil her lips to bandy words. So I, an old family servant, and proud of it, am settling up her affairs for her. Be kind enough to say how much it is you are ready to sell your claim to Christian charity for. How much is it you ain't willing to lend to the Lord on Miss Lang's account?" She plucked up her skirts, thrust her hand unembarrassed into her stocking leg, and brought forth from that safe depository a roll of well-worn greenbacks. Mrs. Daggett named the amount of Clare's indebtedness, and Martha Slosson proceeded to count it out in slow, deliberate syllables. She did not, however, surrender the bills at once. "I'll take a receipt," she quietly observed, and then sat back with an air of perfect imperturbability, while the boarding-house keeper nervously fussed about, searching for a scrap of paper, hunting for a pen, trying to unearth from the most impossible hiding-places a bottle of ink, her indignation at Martha's cheek escaping her in audible mumblings. "Impudence! What right have you to come here, holding me to account? I've my own way of doing good." Mrs. Slosson shrugged. "Your own way, I warrant you have. Nobody else would recognize it. I'd like to bet you don't give a penny to charity once in 5 years. Come now, do you?" "God doesn't take into account the amount one gives," announced Mrs. Daggett authoritatively. "P'raps not, but you can take it from me. He keeps a pretty close watch on what we have left, or I miss my guess. And now, Miss Clare, darling, if you'll go and get what belongings you have that this generous lady ain't stripped off'n you to hold for security, as she calls it, we'll be going. An expressman will be round here the first thing in the morning for Miss Lang's trunk, and it's up to you, Mrs. Daggett, to see it's ready for him when he comes. Good night to you, ma'am, and I wish you luck." Never after could Clare recall in detail what followed. She had a dim vision of glistening pavements on which the rain dashed furiously, only to rebound with resentful force, saturating one to the skin; of fierce blasts that seemed to lurk around every corner; of street lamps gleaming meaninglessly out of the murk, curiously suggesting blinking eyes set in a vacant face; and at last, in blessed contrast, an open door, the sound of cheery voices, the feel of warmth and welcome, the sight of a plain, wholesome haven. Rest. Martha Slosson checked her children's vociferous clamour with a word. Then her orders fell, thick and fast, causing feet to run and hands to fly, causing curiosity to give instant way before the pressure of busyness, and a sense of cooperation to make genial the task of each. "Hush, everybody! Cora, you go make up the bed in the boarder's room. Turn the mattress, mind. and stretch the sheets good and smooth, like I learned you to do. Francie, you get the hot water bottle, quick, so's I can fill it. Sammy, you go down to the cellar and tell Mr. Snyder your mother will be much obliged if he'll turn on an extra spark of steam heat. Tell him Mrs. Slosson has a lady come to board with her for a spell that's fixin' for chills or something, unless she can be kept warm and comfortable, and the radiator in the boarder's room don't send out much heat to speak of. Talk up polite, Sammy, do you hear me? And be sure you don't let on Snyder might be keeping a better fire in his furnace if he didn't begrudge the coal so. It's gospel truth, of course, but landlords is supposed to have feelings, same as the rest of us, and a gentle word turneth aside wrath. Sabina, now show what a big girl you are, and fetch Mother Cora's nicest nightie out of the drawer in my bureau, the nightie Mrs. Granville sent Cora last Christmas. Mother wants to hang it in front of the kitchen range so's the pretty lady can go by, all warm and comfy, after she's took her supper off in the tray like Sabina did when she had the measles. Huge Sam Slosson senior, overtopping his wife by fully half a head, gazed down upon his little hive from shaggy-browed, benevolent eyes. He uttered no complaint because his dinner was delayed, and he, hungry as a bear, was made to wait till a stranger was served and fed. Instead, he wandered over to where Martha was supplementing Ma's ministrations at the range, and patted her approvingly on the shoulder. "Another stray lamb, mother?" he asked casually. Martha nodded. "Wait till the rush is over and the young un's abed and asleep, and I'll tell you all about it. Stray lamb, I should say as much. A little white corset lamb used to eat out of your hand, with a blue ribbon round its neck, going to be sent out to her death or worse by a sharp-fangled wolf of a boarding-house keeper, who'd gnaw the skin offen your bones, and then crack the bones to get at the marrow if you'd give her the chance. I'll tell you all about it later, Sammy." End of chapter 2, read by Sandra. Chapter 3 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 3. For days Claire lay in a state of drowsy quiet. She hardly recognized the fact of her changed condition, that she was being cared for, ministered to, looked after. She had brief waking moments when she seemed to be aware that Martha was bringing in her breakfast, or sitting beside her while she ate her dinner, but the intervening spaces when Ma or Cora served were dim, indistinct adumbrations of no more substantial quality than the vagrant dreams that ranged mistily across her relaxed brain. The thin walls of the cheaply built flat did not protect her from the noise of the children's prattling tongues and boisterous laughter, but the walls of her consciousness closed her about as in a muffled security, and she slept on and on until the exhausted body was reinforced, the overtaxed nerves infused with new strength. Then, one evening, when the room in which she lay was dusky with twilight shadows, she realized that she was awake, that she was alive. She had gradually groped her way through the dim stretches lying between the region of visions and that of the actual, but the step into a full sense of reality was abrupt. She heard the sound of children's voices in the next room. So clear they were she could distinguish every syllable. "Say now, listen, mother, what do you do when you go out working every day?" It was Cora speaking. "I work." "Pooh! You know what I mean. What kind of work do you do?" For a moment there was no answer. Then Claire recognized Martha's voice, with what was undeniably a chuckle tucked away in its mellow depths, where no mere literal child would be apt to discern it. "Stenography and typewriting." "Are you a stenographer and typewriter, mother? Honest?" "Well, you can take it from me, if I was it at all, I'd be it honest. What makes you think there's any doubt of my being one? Don't I have the appearance of a high-toned young lady, stenographer and typewriter?" A pause in which Martha's substantial steps were to be heard busily passing to and fro as she went about her work. Her mother's reply evidently did not carry conviction to Cora's questioning mind, for a second later she was up and at it afresh. "Say now, listen, mother. If you do stenography and typewriting, what makes your apron so wet and dirty nights when you come home? Don't you suppose I clean my machine before I leave? What kind of typewriter do you think I am, to leave my machine dirty when a good scrub down with a pail of hot water and a stiff brush and sapolio would put it in fine shape for the next morning?" "Mother, say, now listen, I don't believe that's the way they clean typewriters. Miss Simmons, she's the principal secretary to our school, and she sits in the office. She cleans her machine with oil and a fine little brush like you clean your teeth with." "What you been doing in the principal's office, miss, I should like to know? Been sent up to her for bad behaviour, or not knowing your lessons? Speak up now, quick." "My teacher, she sends me on errands, and I got a credit card last week. And say, mother, I don't believe you're a young lady stenographer and typewriter. You're just trying to fool me." "Well, Miss Smarty, supposing I am, so long's I don't succeed, you've no kick coming. Say, now listen, mother. Hush, you'll wake the pretty lady. Besides, too many questions before dinner is apt to spoil the appetite, to say nothing of the temper. Turn to and lend a hand with them potatoes. Smash 'em good first, and then beat 'em with a fork till they're light and creamy, and you won't have so much gimp left for snooping into things that don't concern you. Say, now, listen, mother." "Well?" "Say, mother, something awful funny happened to me last night." "Are you telling what it was?" "Something woke me up in the middle of the night, and I got out of bed, and the clock struck 4, and then I knew it was morning, and I heard a noise, and I thought it was robbers, and I went to the door, and it was open, and I went out into the hall, and—" "Well?" "And there was you, mother, on the stairs, kneeling." "Guess you had a dream, didn't you?" "No, I didn't." "What had I been kneeling on the stairs for at 4 o'clock in the morning, I should like to know?" "It looked like you was brushing them down." "Me brushing down Snyder's stairs! Well, what do you think of that?" Her tone of amazement at the mere possibility struck Cora, and there was a pause, broken at length by Martha in a preternaturally solemn voice. "I s'pose you never tumbled to it I might be praying?" Cora's eyes grew wide. "Praying?" she repeated in an odd whisper. "But, mother, what did you want to go out in the hall for to pray on the stairs at 4 o'clock in the morning?" "Praying is a godly act, where some endeavour and when some endeavour you do it." "But, mother, I don't believe you were praying. I heard the knocking on your whisk-broom. You was brushing down the stairs." "Well, what if I was? Cleanliness is next to godliness, ain't it? Praying and cleaning, it amounts to the same thing in the end. It's just a question of what you clean, outside you or in." "But say now, listen, mother, you never cleaned down Mr. Snyder's stairs before, and you've been making shirt-wasters for Mrs. Snyder after you get home at nights. I saw her with one of 'em on." "Cora, do you know what happened to a little girl oncet who asked too many questions?" "No." "Well, I won't tell you now. It might spoil your appetite for dinner, but you can take it from me the end she met with would surprise you." Shortly after, Claire's door quietly opened, and Cora, with a lighted taper in her hand, tiptoed cautiously in, like a young torch-bearing avant-courière, behind whom Mrs. Slosson, laden with a wonderful tray, advanced processionally. "Light the chandelier, and then turn it low," Martha whispered, "and then you yourself light out, so's the pretty lady can eat in comfort." The pretty lady, sitting up among her pillows, awake and alert, almost brought disaster upon the taper and the tray by exclaiming brightly, "Good evening! I'm wide awake for good. You needn't tiptoe or hush any more. Oh, I feel like new, all rested and well and ready again, and I owe it every bit to you. You've been so good to me." It was hard on Cora to have to obey her mother's injunction to clear out just when the pretty lady was beginning to demonstrate her right to the title. But Martha's word in her little household was not to be disputed with impunity, and Cora slipped away reluctantly, carrying with her a dazzling vision of soft dark hair, starry blue-grey eyes, wonderful changing expressions, and in and over all a smile that was like a key to unlock hearts. "My, but it's good to see you so," said Mrs. Slosson heartily. "I was glad to give you sleep, for goodness knows you needed it, but if you'd a kept it up a day or so longer I'd a called in a doctor, sure, just as a kind of natural precaution against you settling down to a permanent sleeping beauty, for you can take it from me I haven't the business address of any beast here in New York City could be counted on to do the prince turn when needed. There's a plenty of beasts, worse luck, but they're on the job for fair. No magic, lightning change about them. They stay beasts straight through the performance." Claire laughed. "But as it happened, I didn't need a prince, did I? I didn't need a prince or anyone else, for I had a good fairy godmother who, oh, Mrs. Slosson, I can't." "You don't have to. And I'm not Mrs. Slosson to you, I'm just Martha, for I feel like you was my own young lady, and if you call me Mrs. Slosson I won't feel so. And here, now if you can clear up this tray so clean it'll seem silly to wash the dishes." For a moment there was silence in the little room while Claire tried to compose herself and Martha pretended to be busy with the tray. Then Claire said, "I'll be very glad to call you Martha if you'll let me, and there's something I'd like to say right off, because I've been lying here quite a while thinking about it, and it's very important indeed. It's about my future, and you'll excuse me interrupting, but before you really get your steam up, let me have a word on my own account, and then if you want to, you can fire away, the gun's your own. What I mean is, I don't believe in lying awake thinking about the future, when a body can put in good licks of sleep, resting from the past. It's against my principles. I'm by the day. I work by the day, and I live by the day. I reasoned it out so fashion. The past is o'er and done with, whatever it may be, and you can't change it for all you can do, so what's the use? You can bet on one thing, sure. Whatever ain't dead waste in your past is somehow going to get dished up to you in your present or your future. You ain't going to get rid of it till you've worked it into your system for health, as our dear old friend Lydia Pinkham says. As to the future's like a flea. When you can put your finger on the future, it's time enough to think what you'll do with it. Folks' futures be all right if they just pin down a little tighter today, and make that square up the best they can with what they ought to do. Now, as to your future, there's nothing to fret about for a minute in it. Just now you're here, safe and sound, and here you're going to stay till you're well and strong and fed up, and the chill of Mrs. Daggett is out of your body and soul. You can take it from me that woman is worse than any line storm I ever struck for damping down purposes, and freeze out and general cussedness. Your business today now is to get well and strong. Then the future'll take care of itself." "But meanwhile," Claire persisted, "I am living on you, eating food for which I haven't the money to pay, having loving care for which I couldn't pay if I had all the money in the world. I guess I know how you settled my account with Mrs. Daggett. You gave her money you'd been saving for the rent, and now you are working, slaving overtime at 4 o'clock mornings, sweeping down the stairs, and late nights making shirt-waists for Mrs. Snyder to help supply what's lacking." "Just you wait till I see that Cora," observed Mrs. Slosson irrelevantly. "That's the time her past will have slopped over on her present, so she can't tell which is which. Just you wait till I see that Cora." "No, no, please, Martha, dear, it wasn't Cora. She's not to blame. I'd have known sooner or later, anyway. I always reason things out for myself. Please promise not to scold Cora." "Scold Cora? Not on your life, my dear. I won't scold Cora. I'm old-fashioned in my ways with children. I don't believe in scolding. It spoils their tempers. But a good licking once in a while helps 'em to remember, besides being good for the circulation." Claire was ready to cry. "It's all my fault," she lamented. I was clumsy, I was tactless, and now Cora will be punished for it, and I make nothing but trouble for you all." "There, there, for mercy's sake don't take on like that. I promise I'll let Cora go free if you'll sit back and eat your dinner in peace. So now, that's better." "What I was going to say, Martha dear, is I'm quite well and strong now, and I want to set about immediately looking for something to do. I ought to be able to support myself, you know, for I'm able-bodied and not so stupid but that I managed to graduate from college. Once, 2 summers ago, I tutored. I taught a young girl who was studying to take the Wellesley entrance exams, and I coached her so well she went through without a condition, and she wasn't very quick either. I wonder if I couldn't teach." "Sure you could. If I could get a position to teach in some school or some family, I could maybe live here with you, rent this room unless you have some other use for it." "Lord, no. I call it the boarder's room because this flat is really too rich for my blood. But you see, I don't want the children brought up in a bad neighbourhood with low companions. Well, Sammy argued the rent was too high, till I told him we'd let a room and make it up that way. But what with this and what with that, we ain't had any boarders, except now and then some friends of himself out of a job, or one of the girls living out in the houses where I work, getting bounced suddent and in want of a bed, and none of 'em ever paid us a cent or was asked for it. Well, if I could get a position as teacher or governess, I'd soon be able to pay back what you've laid out for me, and more besides. And in the houses where you work, are there any children who need a governess, and young girls who need a tutor? That's what I wanted to ask you, Martha." Mrs. Slosson deliberated in silence for a moment. "There's the Livingstons," she mused, "but they ain't any children, only a childish brother-in-law. He's not quite all there, as you might say. It'd be no use trying to learn him nothing, seeing he's so odd, 70 odd, and his habits like to be fixed. Then there's the Farrans, but the girls goes to Miss Spenny's school, and the sons at Columbia might upset their plans, if I was to suggest their giving up where they're at and having you. Then there's the Greys and the Granvilles and the Thorns. Adding 'em all together for children, they'd come to about half a child a pair. Talk about your race suicide. They say they can't afford to have children. You can take it from me as the poor people are rich nowadays. We can afford to have children all right, all right. Then there's Mrs. Sherman. She's got one boy, but he, Radcliffe Sherman, well, he's a limb, a regular young villain. You couldn't manage him. Only Lord Ronald can manage Radcliffe Sherman, and he—" "Lord Ronald?" questioned Claire, when Mrs. Slosson's meditation threatened to become static. "Why, he's Mrs. Sherman's brother, Mr. Frank Ronald, and no real lord could be handsomer looking or grander behaving or richer than him. Mrs. Sherman is a widder or a divorcee or something stylish like that. Anyhow, I worked for her this 8 years and more, almost ever since Radcliffe was born, and I ain't seen hide nor hair o' any Mr. Sherman yet, and they never speak of him, so I guess he was either too good or too bad to mention. Mr. Frank and his mother lives with Mrs. Sherman, and what Mr. Frank says goes. His word is law. She thinks the world of him, and well she may, for he's a thoroughbred. The way he treats me, for instance, you think I was the grandest lady in the land. He never sees me but it's 'How do you do, Martha?' or 'How's the children and Mr. Slosson these days?' He certainly has got grand ways with him, Mr. Frank has, and yet he's never free. You wouldn't dare make bold with him. His eyes has a sort of keep off the grass look, generally, but when he smiles down at you friendly like, why, you wouldn't call the Queen your cousin. Radcliffe knows he can't monkey with his Uncle Frank, and when he's by, butter wouldn't melt in that young'un's mouth. But other times, my, you see, Mrs. Sherman is dead easy. She told me once that children ought to be brought up scientifically. Lord, she said they ought to be let express their souls, whatever she means by that. I told her I thought it was safer not to trust too much to the children's souls, but to help along some occasional with your own, the sole of your slipper. 'Twas then she said she absolutely forbid anyone to touch Radcliffe. She wanted him guided by love alone. Well, that's what he's been guided with, and you can take it from me love's made a hash of it, as it usually does when it ain't mixed with a little common sense. You'd ought to see that fellow's antics when his mother and Lord Ronald ain't by. He'd raise the hair off'n your head if you hadn't a spear of it there to begin with. He speaks to the help as if they was dirt under his feet, and he'd as lief lie as look at you, and always come up to some new devilment. It'd take your time to think fast enough to keep up with him, but he ain't all bad. I don't believe no child is, not on your life, and my idea is he'd turn out okay if he'd had the right sort of handling. Mr. Frank could do it, but when Lord Ronald is by, Ratcliffe is a pet lamb, a little woolly wonder. You ask me why I call Mr. Frank Lord Ronald. I never thought of it till one time when Cora said a piece at a Sunday school entertainment. I can't tell you what the piece was, for, to be perfectly honest, I was too took up at the time, watching Cora's stocking, which was coming down right before the whole church full. It really didn't, but I seen the garter hanging, and I thought it would any minute. I remember it was something about a fellow called Lord Ronald, who was a real thoroughbred, just like Mr. Frank is. I recollect one of the verses went, Lord Ronald had the lily white doe. To my way of thinking, it's no matter about the colour, white or gold, or just plain green paper money, so long as you got it. Anyhow, that's what it said in the piece. Lord Ronald had a lily white doe, which he gave to his cousin Lady Clare. Say, wasn't he generous? Gave to his cousin Lady Clare, and good gracious, oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to jolt your tray like that, but I just couldn't help flying up, for I got an idea. True as you live, I got an idea. End of chapter 3, read by Sandra. Chapter 4 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. It did not take long, once Claire was fairly on her feet again, to adjust herself to her new surroundings, to find her place and part in the social economy of the little family group where she was never for a moment made to feel an alien. She appropriated a share in the work of the household at once, insisting, to Martha's dismay, upon lending a hand mornings with the older children, who were to be got off to school, and with the 3-year-old Sabina, who was to stay at home. She assisted with the breakfast preparations, and then, when the busy swarm had flown for the day, she turned to Ma's delight, and got the place rid up, so that it was clean as a whistle and neat as a pin. Ma was not what Martha approvingly called a hustler. Ma ain't thorough, her daughter-in-law confided to Claire without reproach. She means well, but as she says, her mind ain't fixed on things below, and when that's the case the dirt is bound to settle. Ma thinks you can run a family reading the Bible and singing hymns. Well, perhaps you can, only I ain't never dared try. When I married Sammy, he looked dreadful peaky, the fact being he'd never been properly fed, and it's me took all of the going on. 15 years now we've been living together to get him filled up according to his appetite, which is heavy. You see, Ma never had any time to attend to such earthly matters as cooking a square meal, but she's setting out to have a lot of leisure with the Lord. As for Ma, she found it pleasant to watch from a comfortable distance the work progressing satisfactorily without any draught on her own energies. Martha's a good woman, miss, she observed judicially in her detached manner, but she is like the lady of her name we read about in the blessed book. When I set out in life, I chose the better part, and now I'm old, I have the faith to believe I'll have a front seat in heaven. I've new trouble in me day. I raised 10 children, and I had 3 failings, and God knows I think I earned a front seat in heaven. Claire's pause before she spoke seemed to Ma to indicate she was giving the subject the weighty consideration it deserved. According to that, it would certainly seem so. You have rheumatism too, haven't you? As if that might be regarded as an added guarantee of special celestial reservation. Ma paled visibly. No, miss, I don't ever have the rheumatism now. Not so you'd notice it, she said plaintively. Once I'd it terrible, and my son Sammy had it too, likewise. Fierce. I'd used to lay in bed moaning and crying till you'd be surprised, and me son Sammy, he was almost as bad. Well, for a week or two, Martha, she done for us the best she could, I suppose, but she didn't make for to stop the pain. And at last one night, when me son Sammy was grunting and I was groaning to beat the band, Martha she up all of a sudden, and says she was going for to cure us of the rheumatiz, or know the reason why. And she went and got the kerosene can, and she poured out 2 terrible big doses, and she stood over me, son Sammy and I, till we swallowed it down, and ever since we took it, me and Sammy ain't never had a return. Sometimes I have a sharp twinge of something in my leg or my arm, but it ain't rheumatiz, and I wouldn't like for me son Sammy's wife to be knowing it, for the very sight of her starting for the kerosene, if it's only to fill the lamp, is enough to make me gullop, and I know it's the same with my son Sammy, though we never mention the subject between us. But if your son didn't want to take the stuff, Claire said, trying to hide her amusement, why didn't he stand up and say so? He's a man. He's much bigger and stronger than his wife. How could she make him do what he didn't want to? The question was evidently not a new one to Ma. That's what anyone'd naturally think, she returned promptly. But that's because they wouldn't be knowing me son Sammy's wife. It ain't size, and it ain't strength. It's just, well, Martha, there's that about her you wouldn't like to take any chances with. Perhaps it's the thing Manny does be talking of these days. Perhaps it's that got a holt of her. Anyhow, she says she's in for it. They does be calling it woman's suffrage. I'm told in my day a decent body'd have thought shame to be discoursing in public to the men. They held their tongues and let their betters do the colloquian. But Martha says some of the ladies she works for says if they talk about it enough, the men will give them their rights and let 'em vote. I'm an old woman and I never had much book learning, but I'm thinking one like me son Sammy's wife has all the rights she needs without the voting. She goes out working, seems me son Sammy, day in, day out. She says Sammy could support her good enough, but she won't raise her children in a tenement along with low companions. My son Sammy, he has it hard these days. You'd not be able to pay for such a grand flat as this in a decent, quiet neighbourhood, and so Martha turns to and lends a hand. And once, when my son Sammy was sick and out of a job entirely, Martha, she run the whole concern herself. She wouldn't let my son Sammy give up or get downhearted like he might have done. She said it was her right to care for us all, and him too, being he was down and out like he was. Seems to me that's fairly all the rights any woman would want, to look out for 4 children and a man and a mother-in-law. But if Martha wants to vote too, why, I'm thinking she will. It was particularly encouraging to Claire just at this time to view Martha in the light of one who did not know the meaning of the word fail, for Mrs. Slawson had assured her that if she would give up all attempt to find employment on her own account, she, Mrs. Slawson, felt she could safely promise to get her a job that would be satisfactory all round, only one must be a little passionate. But a week, 10 days had gone by since Martha announced she had an idea, and still the idea had not materialized. Meanwhile, Claire had ample time to unpack her trunk and settle her belongings about her, so the pretty lady's room took on a look of real comfort, and the children never passed the door without pausing before the threshold, waiting with bated breath for some wonderful chance that would give them a peek into the enchanted chamber. As a matter of fact, the transformation was effected with singularly few properties, some good photographs tastefully framed in plain dark wood, a Baghdad rug left over from her college days, some scraps of charming old textiles, and such few of the precious home trifles as could be safely packed in her trunk. There was a daguerreotype of her mother, done when she was a girl. As old-fashioned as your grandmother's hoop skirt, Martha called it, a sampler wrought by some ancient great-aunt, both aunt and sampler long since yellowed and mellowed by the years, a Della Robbia plaque with its exquisite swaddled baby holding out eager arms as if to be taken, a lacquer casket, a string of Egyptian mummy beads, what seemed to the children an inexhaustible stock of wonderful, mysterious treasures. But the object that appeared to interest their mother more than anything else in the whole collection was a book of unmounted photographs, snapshots taken by Claire at college, during her travels abroad, some few even, here in the city during those first days when she had dreamed it was easy to walk straight into an art editorship and no questions asked. Mrs. Slosson scrutinized the prints with an earnestness so eager that Claire was fairly touched, until she discovered that here was no aching hunger for knowledge, no ungratified yearning for to admire and for to see, for to behold this world so wide, but just what looked like a perfectly feminine curiosity and nothing more. "Say, ain't it a pity you ain't any real good lightness of you?" Martha deplored. "These is so aggravating. They don't show you up at all. Just a taste like, and then nothing to squench the appetite." "That sounds as if I were an entree or something," laughed Claire. "But you see, I don't want to be shown up, Martha. I couldn't bear it, as my friend Sairy Gamp would say. When I was little, my naughty big brother used to tease me dreadfully about my looks. He invented the most embarrassing nicknames for me. He alluded to my features with every sort of disrespect. It made me horribly conscious of myself, a thing no properly constituted kiddie ought ever to be, of course, and I've never really got over the feeling that I'm a sawed off, that my nose is curly, and my hair's a wig, and that the least said about the rest of me the better. But if you'd actually like to see something my people at home consider rather good, why, here's a little tinted photograph I had done for my dear Daddy the last Christmas he was with us. He liked it, and that's the reason I carry it about with me, because he wore it on his old-fashioned watch chain." She put into Martha's hand a thin, flat, dull gold locket. Mrs. Slosson opened it and gave a quick gasp of delight, the sound of triumph escaping one who, having diligently sought, has satisfactorily found. "Like it!" Martha ejaculated. Claire deliberated a moment, watching the play of expression on Martha's mobile face. "If you like it as much as all that," she said at last, "I wish you'd take it and keep it. It seems conceited, priggish, to suppose you'd care to own it, but if you really would care to—" Mrs. Slosson closed one great, finely formed, work-hardened fist over the delicate treasure with a sort of ecstatic grab of appropriation. "Care to own it? You bet your life there's nothing you couldn't give me that I'd care to own better," she said with an honest feeling, then and there tying its slender ribbon about her neck and slipping the locket inside her dress as if it had been a precious amulet. The day following saw her started bright and early for work at the Shermans. When she arrived at the area gate and rang, there was no response, and though she waited a reasonable time and then rang and rang again, nobody answered the bell. "They must be up," she said, settling down to business with a steady thumb on the electric button. "What ails a bunch of them in the kitchen, I should like to know? It'd be a pity to disturb Eliza. She might be busy getting herself an extra cup of coffee and couple of fried hams and eggs to break her fast before breakfast. But that gay young sprig of a kitchen maid, she might answer the bell and open the door to an honest woman." The gay young sprig still failing of her duty, and Martha's patience giving out at last, the honest woman began to tamper with the spring lock of the iron gate. For anyone else it would never have yielded, but it opened to Martha's hand as with the dull submission of the conquered. Mrs. Slosson closed the gate after her with care. "I'll just step light," she said to herself, "and steal in on 'em unbeknownst, and give 'em as good a scare as ever they had in their lives, the whole lazy lot of 'em." But, like Mother Hubbard's cupboard, the kitchen was bare, and no soul was to be found in the laundry, the pantry, or in fact anywhere throughout the basement region. Softly, and with some real misgiving now, Martha made her way upstairs. Here, for the first time, she distinguished the sound of a human voice breaking the early morning hush of the silent house. It was Radcliffe's voice, issuing evidently from the dining-room, in which imposing apartment he chose to have his breakfast served in solitary grandeur every morning, what time the rest of his family still slept. Martha, pausing on her way up, peeped around the edge of the half-closed door and then stopped short. Along the wall, ranged up in line like soldiers facing their captain, or victims of a hold-up, their captor, stood the household servants. Portly Shaw, the butler, Beatrice, the parlour-maid, Eliza, the chef-cook, all down to the gay young sprig aforesaid, who, as Martha had explained to her family in strong disapproval, was engaged to do scullery work, and then didn't even know how to scull. Before them, in an attitude of command, not to say menace, stood Radcliffe, brandishing a carving knife which, in his cruelly mischievous little hand, became a weapon full of dangerous possibilities. "Don't dare to budge, any one of you," he breathed masterfully to his cowed regiment. "Get back there, you, Shaw, and Beatrice, if you don't mind me, I'll carve your ear off. You'd better be afraid of me, all of you, and mind what I say, or I'll take this dagger and dag the light out of you. You're all my servants, you're all my slaves. Do you hear me?" Evidently they did, and not one of them cared or dared to stir. For a second Radcliffe faced them in silence, before beginning to march Napoleonically back and forth, his savage young eye alert, his knotty hand brandishing the knife threateningly. A second, and then, suddenly, without warning, the scene changed, and Radcliffe was a squirming, wriggling little boy, shorn of his power, grasped firmly in a grip from which there was no chance of escape. "Shame on you!" exclaimed Martha indignantly, addressing the spellbound line staring at her blankly. "Shame on you, to stand there gawking and never raising a finger to this poor little fella, and him just perishing for the touch of a real mother's hand. Get out of this, the whole crowd of you." And before the force of her righteous wrath, they fled as chaff before the wind. Then, quick as the automatic click of a monstrous spring, the hitherto unknown, the supposed to be impossible, befell Radcliffe Sherman. He was treated as if he had been an iron girder on which the massive clutch of a steam lift had fastened. He was raised, lowered, laid across what seemed to be two moveless iron trestles, and then the weight, as of a mighty relentless paddle, beat down upon him once, twice, thrice, and he knew what it was to suffer. The whole thing was so utterly novel, so absolutely unexpected, that for the first instant he was positively stunned with surprise. Then the knowledge that he was being spanked, that an unspeakable indignity was happening him, made him clinch his teeth against the sobs that rose in his throat, and he bore his punishment in white-faced, shivering silence. When it was over, Martha stood him down in front of her, holding him firmly against her knees, and looked him squarely in the eyes. His colourless, quivering lips gave out no sound. "You've got off easy," observed Mrs. Slosson benevolently. "If you'd been my boy, Sammy, you'd a got about twice as much and 3 times as thorough. As it is, I just kind of favoured you, give you a lick and a promise, as you might say, seeing it's you and you ain't used to it yet. Besides, I really like you and want you to be a good boy. But if you should need any more at any other time, why, you can take it from me I keep my hand in on Sammy, and practice makes perfect." She released the 2 small trembling hands, rose to her feet, and made as if to leave the room. Then, for the first time, Radcliffe spoke. "Say," he breathed with difficulty, "say, are you going to tell?" Martha paused, regarding him and his question with due concern. "Tell? Are you going to tell on me? To everybody? Are you going to tell Sammy?" "Sure I'm not. I'm a perfect lady. I always keep such little affairs of my gentlemen friends strictly confidential. Besides, Sammy has troubles of his own." End of chapter 4, read by Sandra. Chapter 5 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. All that day Martha held herself in readiness to answer at headquarters for what she had done. "He'll sure tell his mother, the young villain," said Eliza, "and then it'll be Mrs. Slosson for the grand bounce." But Mrs. Slosson did not worry. She went about her work as usual, and when, in the course of her travels, she met Radcliffe, she greeted him as if nothing had happened. "Say, did you know that Sammy has a dog?" No answer. He's a funny kind of dog. If you begged your head off, I'd never tell you where he came from." "Where did he come from? Didn't you hear me say I'd never tell you?" "I do know. He just picked Sammy's father up on the street and followed him home, for all the world the same as he'd been a Christian." "What kind of a dog is he?" "Cur dog." "What kind's that?" "Well, a full-blooded cur dog is something rare in these parts. You wouldn't find him at an ordinary dog show like your mother goes to. Now, Sammy's dog is full-blooded, leastways he will be when he's fed up." "My mother's dog is a pedigree dog. Is Sammy's that kind?" "I ain't asked him, but I shouldn't wonder." "My mother's got a paper tells all about where Fifi came from. It's in a frame." "Fifi is?" "No, the paper is. The paper says Fifi's out of a Deller, sired by Star. I heard her read it off to a lady that came to see her one day. Say, Martha, what's a Deller?" "I don't know." "Fifi has awful long ears. What kind of ears has Sammy's dog got?" "I didn't notice particular, I must say, but he's got two of 'em, and they can stand up and lay down real natural like according to taste, the dog's taste, which wouldn't be no ways remarkable if it was his tongue, but is what I call extraordinary, seeing it's his ears. And his tail's the same, excepting it has even more education still. It can wag, besides standing up and laying down. Ain't that pretty smart for a pup that probably didn't have no raising to speak of, less you count raising on the toe of somebody's boot?" "Do you mean anybody kicked him?" "Well, you ain't said so in so many words, but I draw my own conclusions. He's an honourable, gentlemanlike dog. He keeps his own counsel. If it so happened that he'd need to be punished at any time, he'd bear it like a little man and hold his tongue. You don't catch a real thoroughbred whining." "I wish I could see Sammy's dog." "Well, perhaps you can, but I'll tell you confidential, I wouldn't like Flicker to associate with none but the best class of boys. I'm going to see he has a fine line of friends from this time on, and if Sammy ain't what he'd oughter be, why he just can't mix with Flicker, that's all there is to it." "Who gave him that name?" "His sponsors in baptism. Oh, hear me reciting the catechism. I'm such a good Episcopalian I just can't help it. A little lady friend of mine gave him that name, 'cause he flickers round so like a little yeller flame. Did I mention his colour was yeller? That alone would show he's a true breed cur dog. Say, I forgot. My mother, she sent me down to tell you she wants to see you right away up in her sitting room. I guess you better go quick." Mrs. Slosson ceased plying her polishing cloth upon the hardwood floor, sat back upon her heels, and calmly gathered her utensils together. "Say, my mother, she said tell you she wanted to see you right off for something particular. Ain't you going to hurry?" "Sure I am, certainly. You don't look as if you was hurrying." "When you get to be a big boy and have a teacher to learn you knowledge, you'll find that large bodies moves slowly. I didn't have as much schooling as I'd like, but what I learned I remember, and I put it into practice. That's where the use of books comes in, to be put in practice. Now, I'm a large body, and if I tried to move fast I'd be going against what's printed in the books, which would be wrong. Still, if a lady sends for me post haste, why, of course I makes an exception and answers in the same spirit. So long, see you later." Radcliffe had no mind to remain behind. Something subtly fascinating in Martha seemed to draw him after her, and he followed on upstairs, swinging himself athletically along, hand over hand, upon the baluster rail almost at her heels. "Say, don't you wonder what it is my mother's going to say to you?" he demanded disingenuously. Mrs. Slosson shook her head. "Wondering is a habit I broke myself off of when I wasn't knee-high to a grasshopper," she replied. "I take things as they come, not to mention as they go. Either way suits me, and anyhow I don't wonder about 'em. If it's something good, why, it'll keep, and if it's something bad, wondering won't make it any better. So what's the use? Guess I'll go on up and see my grandmother in her room, observed Radcliffe casually as they reached Mrs. Sherman's door. I won't go in here with you. Dear me, how sorry I am, Martha returned with feeling. I'd kinder counted on you for what they calls moral support, that being the kind the male gender is mainly good for these days. But of course, if you ain't been invited, it wouldn't be genteel for you to press yourself. I can understand your feelings. They does credit to your head and to your heart. As I said before, so long. See you later. The door having closed her in, Radcliffe lingered aimlessly about outside. Without, of course, being able to analyse it, he felt as if some rare source of entertainment had been withdrawn from him, leaving life flat and tasteless. He felt like being what his mother called fractious. But, he remembered as in a flash, you never catch a thoroughbred whining, and he snapped his jaws together with manly determination. At Martha's entrance, Mrs. Sherman glanced up languidly from the book she was reading and inquired with pointed irony, "You didn't find it convenient to come to me directly I sent for you, did you, Martha?" Mrs. Slosson closed the door behind her gently, then stood planted like some massive caryatid supporting the frame. Something monumental in the effect of her presence made the question just flung at her seem petty, impudent, and Mrs. Sherman hastened to add more considerately, "But I sent Radcliffe with my message. No doubt he delayed." "No'm," admitted Martha. "He told me all right enough, but I was in the middle of polishing. It took me a minute or two to get my things collected, and then it took me a couple more to get me collected. But better late than never, as the saying goes, which, by the same token, I don't believe it's always true." There was not the faintest trace of apology or extenuation in her tone or manner. If she had any misgivings as to the possibility of Radcliffe's having complained, she gave no evidence of it. "What I want to say is this," announced Mrs. Sherman autocratically, making straight for the point. "I absolutely forbid anyone in my household to touch—" Martha settled herself more firmly on her feet and crossed her arms with unconscious dignity upon her bosom, bracing herself against the coming blow. "I absolutely forbid anyone in my household to touch the new marble slabs and nickel fittings in my dressing rooms with cleaning stuffs containing acids after this. I have gone to great expense to have the house remodelled this summer, and the bathrooms have all been tiled and fitted up afresh from beginning to end. I know that in the past you've used acid, gritty soaps on the basins and tubs, Martha, and my plumber tells me you mustn't do it. He says it's ruinous. He recommends kerosene oil for the bathtubs and marble slabs. He says it will take any stain out and is much safer than the soaps. So please use kerosene to remove the stains." Mrs. Slosson relaxed. Without the slightest hint of incivility, she interrupted cheerfully, "And does your plumber mention what'll remove the stink, I should say odour, of the kerosene?" Mrs. Sherman laughed. "Dear me, no, I'm afraid that's up to you, as Radcliffe says." "Oh, I ain't no doubt it can be done, and even if it can't, the smell of kerosene is healthy, and you wouldn't mind a faint whiff of it now and then clinging to you, coming out of your bath, would you? Or, if you did, you might set over against the oil smell one of them strong bath powders that's like the perfumery counter in a department store broke loose, and let 'em fight it out between 'em. To my way of thinking, it'd be a tie, and no thanks to your nose." "Well, I only follow the plumber's directions. He guarantees his work and materials, but he says acids will roughen the surface of anything, enamel or marble, or whatever it may be. I'm sure you'll be careful in the future, now I've spoken, and how are you getting on these days? How are you and your husband and the children?" "Tolerable, thank you. Sammy, my husband, he ain't been earning as much as usual lately, but I says to him, when he's downhearted like because he can't hand out the price of the rent. Say, you ain't fished up much of anything, certainly, but count your blessings. You ain't fell in the river either, and be this and be that, we make out to get along. We never died a winter yet. Dear me, I should think a great strapping man ought to be able to support his family without having to depend on his wife to go out by the day. My husband does his best, said Martha with simple dignity. He does his best, but things goes contrary with some, no doubt of that. Oh, the thought of the day would not bear you out there, I assure you. Mrs. Sherman took her up quickly. Science teaches us that our condition in life reflects our character. We get the results of what we are in our environment. You understand? In other words, each receives his desert. I hope I'm clear? I mean, what he deserves. Martha smiled, a slow, calm, tolerant smile. You are perfectly clear, she said reassuringly. Only I ain't been educated up to seeing things that way. Seems to me, if everybody got their deserts, as you call it, some of them that's feeding so expensive now at the grand hotels wouldn't have a square meal. It's the ones that ain't earned 'em, having the square meal and the dessert, that puts a good man like my Sammy out of a job. But that's neither here nor there. It's all bound to come right some day. Only meanwhiles I wish living wasn't so high. What with good steak 28 cents a pound, and it's being as much as your life is worth to even ask the price of fresh vegetables, it takes some contriving to get along. Not to speak of potatoes 25 cents the half peck, and every last one of my family is fond of 'em as if they was fresh from Ireland, instead of skipping a generation on both sides. But my good woman, exclaimed Mrs. Sherman, shocked, what do you mean by talking of porterhouse steak and fresh vegetables this time of year? Oughtn't you to economize? Isn't it extravagant for you to use such expensive cuts of meat? I'm sure there are others that are cheaper, more suited to your income. Certainly there is. Chuck steak is cheap. Chuck steak's so cheap that about all it costs you is a few cents to the butcher, and the price of the store teeth you need, after you've broke your own trying to chew it. But, you see, my notion is to try to give my family the sort of stuff that's nourishing, not just something to eat, but food. I don't believe their stomachs realize they belong to poor folks. I'm not envying the rich, mind you. Dear no, I wouldn't be hired to clutter up my insides with the messes I see going up to the tables of some I work for. Cocktails, and entries, and foodie de gras, and such like. No, I believe in real, straight nourishment, the things that builds up your bones and gives you red blood and good muscle, so's you can hold down your job and hold up your head. I believe in paying for that kind of food if I do have to work for it. Mrs. Sherman took up the book she had dropped at Martha's entrance. You certainly are a character, she observed. Thank you, ma'am, said Martha. Oh, and by the way, before you go, I want you to see that Mr. Ronald's rooms are put in perfect order today. I don't care to trust it to the girls, but you have one of them to help you if you like, provided you are sure to oversee her. You know how particular I am about my brother Frank's rooms. Be sure nothing is neglected. Yes'm, said Martha. End of chapter 5. Read by Sandra. Chapter 6 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The next morning, Eliza met her at the area gate, showing a face of ominous sympathy, wagging a doleful head. What did I tell you? She exclaimed before she had even unlatched the spring lock. That young villain has a head on him old enough to be his father's, if so be he ever had one. He's deep as a well. He didn't tell his mother on you yesterday morning, but he done worse, the little fox. He told his Uncle Frank when he got home last night. Leastways, Mr. Shaw got a message late in the evening from upstairs, which was to tell Mrs. Slawson Mr. Ronald wanted to see her after his breakfast this morning, and be sure she didn't forget." Mrs. Slawson received the news with a smile, as of such actual welcome that Eliza, who flattered herself she knew a thing or two about human nature, was rather upset in her calculations. "You look like you relish being bounced," she observed tartly. "Well, if I'm going to get my walking papers, I'd rather get 'em from Mr. Frank than from anybody else. There's never any great loss without some small gain. At least, if Mr. Frank is discharging me, he's noticing I'm alive, and that's something to be thankful for." "That's as you look at it," snapped Eliza. "Mr. Frank is all right enough, but I must say I'd rather keep my place than have him even kick me out. And you look as if his sending for you was to say you'd come in for a fortune." "Perhaps it is," said Martha. "You never can tell." "Well, if I was making tracks for fortunes, I wouldn't start in on Mr. Frank Ronald," Eliza observed cuttingly. "Which might be exactly where you'd slip up on it," Martha returned with a bland smile. And yet, in reality, she was by no means so composed as she appeared. She felt as might one who, moved by a great purpose, had rashly usurped the prerogative of fate, and set in motion mighty forces that, if they did not make for success, might easily make for disaster. She had very definitely stuck her thumb into somebody else's pie, and if her laudable intention was to draw forth a plum, not for herself but for the other, why, that was no proof that in the end she might not get smartly scorched for her pains. When the summons to the dining room actually came, Martha felt such an unsubstantiality in the region of her knee joints that for a moment she almost believed the bones had turned into breadcrumbs. Then, energetically, she shook herself into shape, spurning her momentary weakness from her with an almost visible gesture, and marched forward to meet what awaited her. Shaw had removed the breakfast dishes from the table beside which Lord Ronald sat alone. It was all very imposing, the place, the particular purpose for which she'd been summoned, and which was as yet unrevealed to her, the person most of all. Martha thought that perhaps she had been a little hard on Cora, the time she gave her the tongue-lashing for stumbling over the first lines of her piece that evening of the Sunday school entertainment. It wasn't so dead easy as a body might think to stand up to a whole church full of people, or even one person, when he was the kind that's as good or as bad as a whole churchful. Martha could see her now as she stood then, announcing to the assembled multitude in a high, unmodulated treble, "It was the time when lilies blow, and her stocking fixed to come down any minute. Ah, Martha, good morning." At the first sound of his voice, Mrs. Slawson recovered her poise. That "wouldn't call the Queen your cousin" feeling came over her again, and she was ready to face the music, whatever tune it might play. So susceptible is the foolish spirit of mortal to those subtle, impalpable influences of atmosphere that we try to describe in terms of inexact science as personality, vibration, aura, magnetism. "I asked to see you, Martha, because Radcliffe tells me—" Martha's heart sank within her. So it was Radcliffe and the grand bounce after all, and not— Well, it was a pity, after all her thinking it out and conniving and contriving to have nothing come of it, to be sent off before she had time to see the thing through. "Radcliffe tells me," continued the clear, mellow voice, penetrating the mist of her meditations, "that you own a very rare, a very unusual breed of dog. I couldn't make out much from Radcliffe's description, but apparently the dog is a pedigree animal." Mrs. Slawson's shoulders, in her sudden revulsion of feeling, shook with soundless mirth. "Pedigree animal," she repeated. "Certainly. Sure, he's a pedigree animal. He's had ancestors as far back as any other dog, and that's a fact. What's the way they put it? Out of the gutter, sired by kicks. You never see a little yeller Mongol cur dog, sir, that's yellerer or cowrer than him. I'd bet my life his line ain't never been crossed by anything different since the first pup of them all set out to run his legs off trying to get rid of the tin can tied to his tail. But Flicker's a winner for all that, and he's going to keep my boy Sammy in order better'n I could ever do it. You see, I just has to hint to Sammy that if he ain't proper behaved I won't let Flicker associate with him, and he's as good as pie. I wouldn't be without that dog, sir, now I got intimately acquainted with him, for—" "That touches the question I was intending to raise," interposed Mr. Ronald. "You managed to get Radcliffe's imagination considerably stirred about Flicker, and the result is he has asked me to see if I can't come to an understanding with you. He wants me to buy Flicker." Martha's genial smile faded. "Why, goodness gracious, Lord, I should say, Mr. Ronald, the poor little rascal, dog rather, ain't worth 2 cents. He's just a young flagrant pup. You wouldn't be bothered to notice, less you'd had the particular liking for such things we got. Radcliffe wants Flicker. I'll give you $10 for him." I couldn't take it, Mr. Ronald, sir. It wouldn't be fair to you." $15. It ain't the money." 20. I can't. $25, Martha. Radcliffe's heart is set on the dog. A quick observer, looking attentively at Mrs. Slosson's face, could have seen something like a faint quiver disturb the firm lines of her lips and chin for a moment. A flash, and it was gone. "I'd give you the dog in welcome, Mr. Ronald," she said presently, "but I just can't do it. The little feller, he never had a square meal before, and because my husband and the rest of us give it to him, he loves us to death, and you'd think he'd bark his head off for joy when the raft of him gets home after school. And then nights, I've been working overtime lately doing outside jobs that bring me home late, nights when I come back and all in the place is abed and asleep, and I let myself in the black and the cold, the only living creature to welcome me is Flicker, and there he stands, up and ready for me the minute he hears my key in the lock, and when I open the door and light the chandelier, he don't dare let a bark out of him. He knows better, the smart little fella. There he stands a-wagging his stump of a tail like a Christian, and Mr. Ronald, sir, that wag ain't for sale." For a moment something akin in both held them silent. Then Mr. Ronald slowly inclined his head. "You are quite right, Martha. I understand your feeling." Martha turned to go. She had, in fact, reached the door when she was recalled. "Oh, 1 moment, please." She came back. "My sister tells me you worked in my rooms yesterday. Was anyone there with you at the time?" "No, sir. Mrs. Sherman said I might have one of the girls, but I prefer to see to your things myself." "Then you were quite alone?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know if anyone else in the household had occasion to go into my rooms during the day?" "Of course I can't be positive, but I don't think so, sir." "Then I wonder if this belongs to you." He extended his hand toward her. In his palm lay a flat, small gold locket. Something like the faintest possible electric shock passed up Mrs. Slosson's spine and contracted the muscles about her mouth. For a second she positively grinned, then quickly her face regained its customary calm. With a clever, if slightly tardy movement, her hand went up to her throat. "Yes, sir, sure, it's mine. Now what do you think of that? Me losing something I think the world and all of, and have wore for I do not know how long, and never missing it." Mr. Ronald's eyes shot out a quick, quizzical gleam. "Oh, you have been accustomed to wear it?" "Yes, sir." "Mrs. Sherman tells me she never remembers to have seen you with any sort of ornament, even a gold pin. She thought the locket could not possibly belong to you." "Well, it does, and the reason she hasn't noticed me wearing it is I wear it under my waist, see?" Again Mr. Ronald fixed her with his keen eyes. "I see. You wear it under your waist. Of course, that explains why she hasn't noticed it. Yet, if you wear it under your waist, how came it to get out from under and be on my desk?" Martha's face did not change beneath his scrutiny. During a rather long moment she was silent. Then her answer came, glibly enough. "When I'm working, I'm apt to get het up, and then I sometimes undoes the neck of my waist and turns it back to give me breathing room." Mr. Ronald accepted it gravely. "Well, it is a very pretty locket, Martha, and a very pretty face inside it. Of course, as the trinket was in my room, and as there was no name or sign on the outside to identify it, I opened it. I hope you don't mind." "Certainly not," Martha assured him. "Certainly not." "The inscription on the inside puzzles me. 'Dear Daddy, from Claire.' Now, assuredly you're not dear Daddy, Martha." Mrs. Slosson laughed. "Not on your life, I ain't dear Daddy, sir. Dear Daddy was Judge Lang of Grand Rapids, you know, where the furniture and the carpet sweepers comes from. He died about a year ago, and Miss Clare, knowing how much store I set by her, and how I'd prize her picture, she gave me the locket as you see it." "You say Grand Rapids. The young lady, Miss Clare, as you call her, lives in Grand Rapids?" "Yes, sir." "I suppose you think I am very inquisitive, asking so many questions, but the fact is, I am extremely interested. You will see why when I explain that several weeks ago, one day downtown, I saw a little girl, a young lady who might have been the original of this very picture, the resemblance is so marked. But, of course, if your young lady lives in Grand Rapids, she can't be my little girl. I should say the young woman I saw here in New York City. But if they were one and the same, they couldn't look more alike. The only difference I can see is that the original of your picture is evidently a prosperous little sister of the rich, and the original of mine, the one I've carried in my mind, is a breadwinner. She was employed in an office where I had occasion to go one day on business. The next time I happened to drop in there, a few days later, she was gone. I was sorry. That office was no place for her, but I would have been glad to find her there, that I might have placed her somewhere else in a safer, better position. I hope she has come to no harm." Martha hung fire a moment, then suddenly her chin went up as with the impulse of a new resolve. "I'll be open and above board with you, sir," she said candidly. "The world is certainly small, and the way things happen is a caution. Now, who'd have ever thought that you'd have seen my Miss Clare? But I truly believe you have, for after her father died she come to New York, the poor lamb, for to seek her fortune, and her as innocent and unsuspecting as my Sabina, who's only 3 this minute. She tried her hand at a lot of things, and thank God and her guardian angel for keeping her from harm. For as delicate and pretty as she is, she can't help attracting attention, and you know what notions some as calls themselves gentlemen has in this town. Well, Miss Clare's living under my roof, and you can bet your life I'm on the job, relieving her guardian angel of the protecting end of the business. But Miss Clare's that proud and independent like, she ain't contented to be idle. She's bound to make her own living, which she says it's everybody's duty to do some ways or other. So my eye's out, as you might say, for a place where she can teach like she's qualified to do. Did I tell you she's a college lady, and has what she calls a degree, which I didn't know before anything but masons like himself had 'em. You ought to see how my boy Sammy gets his lessons after she's learned 'em to him. She's a wizard at managing boys. My Sammy used to be up to all sorts of mischief. There was a time he took to playing hooky. He'd march off mornings with his sisters, bold as brass, and when lunchtime come in he'd prance same as them, and nobody ever doubting he hadn't been to his school. And all the time there he was, playing in the open lots with a gang of poor little neglected Dagos. I noticed him coming in evenings kind of dissipated looking, but I hadn't my wits about me enough to be on to him till his teacher sent me a note one day by his sister Cora, asking what was ailing Sammy. That night something ailed Sammy for fair. He stood up to his dinner, and he wouldn't ha' had a craving to set down to his breakfast next morning, only Francie put a pillow in his chair. But Miss Clare, she's got him so bewitched he'd break his heart before he'd do what she wouldn't like. The thought of her going away makes him sick to his stomach, the poor fella. Yet it ain't to be supposed anybody so smart and so good-looking as her but 'ud be snapped up quick by them as had the sense to see the worth of her. There's no question about her getting a job. The only worry I have is her getting one that will take her away from this out in New York City, where I can't see her once in a while. She's the kind you'd miss like you would a front tooth. You feel you can't get on without her, and true for you, you can't. But begging your pardon, sir, for keeping you so long with my talking. If that's all, I'll get to my work." "That is all," said Mr. Ronald, "except—" He rose and handed her the locket. She took it from him with a smile of perfect good fellowship and passed from the room. Once outside the threshold, with the door closed upon her, she drew a long, deep breath of relief. "Well, I'm glad that's over, and I got out of it with a whole skin," she ruminated. "Lord, but I thought he had me sure when he took me up about how the thing got out of me dress, with his gimlet eyes never stirring from me face, and me trembling like a ash pan. If I hadn't had my wits about me, I don't know where I'd ha' come out. But all's well that ends swell, as Miss Clare says, and bless her heart, it's her as'll end swell if what I done this day takes root, and I believe it will." End of chapter 6, read by Sandra. Chapter 7 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. When Martha let herself into her flat that night, she was welcomed by another beside Flicker. "You naughty Martha," whispered Clare. "What do you mean by coming home so late, all tired out and worked to death? It is shameful, but here's a good cup of hot chocolate and some big plummy buns to cheer you up. And I've got some good news for you besides. I didn't mean to tell right off, but I just can't keep it in for another minute. I've got a job. A fine $300 a year and home and laundry job, and a raise as soon as I show I'm worth it. Now, what do you think of that? Isn't it splendid? Isn't it bully?" She had noiselessly guided Martha into her own room, got her things off, and seated her in a comfortable Morris chair before the lighted oil stove, from whose pierced iron top a golden light gleamed cheerily, reflecting on the ceiling above in a curious pattern. "Be careful of the chocolate, it's burning hot. I kept it simmering till I heard you shut the vestibule door. And, oh yes, no danger in sipping it that way, but you haven't asked a single thing about my job. How I came to know of it in the first place, and how I was clever enough to get it after I'd applied. You don't look a bit pleased and excited over it. You bad Martha, and you ought to be so glad, because I won't need to spend anything like all the money I'll get. I'm to have my home and laundry free, and one can't make any outside expenses in a boarding school way off in Schoharie, and so I can send you a lot and a lot of dollars till we're all squared up and smoothed out, and you won't have to work so hard any more. And say now, Miss Clare, you certainly are the fastest thing on record. If you'd been born a train, you'd have been an express, sure pop and no mistake. Didn't I tell you to hold on, passionate and uncomplaining, till I give you the sign? Didn't I say I had my eye on a job for you that was a job worth talking about, one that'd be satisfactory all round? Well, then, and here you are, telling me about you going to the old Harry, or some such, with home and laundry thrown in. Not on your life you ain't, Miss Clare, and that, begging your pardon, is all there is to it." "But Martha!" Don't let's waste no more words. The thing ain't to be thought of." "But, Martha, it's over 2 weeks since you said that about having an idea about a certain job for me that was going to be so splendid. Don't you know it is? And I thought it had fallen through. I didn't like to speak about it for fear you'd think I was hurrying you, but 2 weeks are 2 weeks, and I can't go on indefinitely staying here and getting so deep in debt I'll never be able to get out again. And I saw this advertisement in the Outlook. 'Twas for a college graduate to teach high school English in a girls' boarding school, and I went to the agency, and they were very nice, and told me to write to the principal, and I did. Told her all about myself, my experience, tutoring, and all that, and this morning came the letter saying she'd engage me. I can tell you all about Schoharie, Martha. It's upstate, and Miss Clare, child, no, it won't do. I can't consent. I can't have you throwing away golden opportunities to work like a toogin for them as'll stint you in the wash, and probably give you oleo margarine instead of butter, and cold storage eggs that had forgot there was such a thing as a hen, long before they ever was laid away. I wasn't born yesterday myself, and I know how they treat the teachers in some of them schools. The young lady scholars, so stylish and rich, as full of airs as a music box, snubbing the teacher because they're too ignorant to know how smart she has to be to get any knowledge into their stupid heads, and the principal always eyeing you like a minx, lest you might be wasting her precious time and not earning the elegant salary she gives you, including your home and laundry. Oh my, I know a thing or two about them schools, and a few other places. No, Miss Clare, dear, it won't do, and besides I have you bespoke for Mrs. Sherman. The last thing before I come away from the house this night she sent for me upstairs and asked me didn't I know someone could engage with her for Radcliffe, to learn him his lessons and how to be a little lady and such like. She wants, as you might say, a trained mother for him, while his own untrained one is out gallivanting the streets, shopping, and playing bridge and attending the horse show. I hemmed and hawed and scratched my head to see if happen I didn't know anybody suitable, and after a while, not to seem to make you too cheap or not to look like I was jumping down her throat, I told her. Curious enough, I do know just the one I think will please you, if you can get her. Then she asked me a lot about you, and I told her what I know, and for the rest I trusted to Providence, and in the end we made a sort of deal. So's it's all fixed. You're to go there day after tomorrow to talk to her and let her look you over, and if you're the kind of stuff she wants, she'll take a half-dozen yards at you, which is the kind of way those folks has with people they pay money to. I promised Mrs. Sherman you'd come, and I couldn't break my word to her, now could I? I'd be like to lose my own job if I did, and I'm sure you wouldn't ask that of me." "But," said Clare, troubled, "you told me Radcliffe is so unmanageable." Mrs. Slawson devoted herself to her chocolate and buns for a moment or two. "Oh, never you fear about Radcliffe," she announced at length. "He's a good little fella enough, as little fellas goes. When you know how to handle him, which is right side up, with care, him and me come to an understanding yesterday morning, and he's as meek and gentle as a Baal lamb ever since. I'll undertake you'll have no trouble with Radcliffe." "Is this the wonderful plan you spoke of? Is this the job you said was going to be so satisfactory all round?" inquired Clare, her misgivings in connection with her prospective pupil by no means allayed. "Well, not exactly. I can't say it is. That job will come later. But we got to be passionate and not spoil it by upsetting our kettles of fish with boarding schools and such nonsense. Meanwhile, we can put in time with Mrs. Sherman, who will pay you well, and won't be too skittish if you just keep a firm hand on her. This morning she got discoursing about everything under the canopy, from nickel-plated bathroom fixings and marble slobs to that state of life unto which it has pleased God to call me. She told me just what I ought to give my family to eat, and how much I ought to pay for it, and I say, but wasn't she grand to have give me all that good advice free? Claire laughed. She certainly was. And now you've just got to go to bed. I don't dare look at the clock, it's so late. Good night, you good Martha, and thank you from way deep down for all you've done for me. But long after Mrs. Slosson had disappeared, the girl sat in the solitude of her shadowy room, thinking, unable to get away from her thoughts. There was something about this plan to which Martha had committed her that frightened, overawed her. She felt a strange impulse to resist it, to follow her own leading and go to the school instead. She knew her feeling was childish. Suppose Radcliffe were to be unruly, why, how could she tell that the girls in the Schoharie school might not prove even more so? The fact was, she argued, she had unconsciously allowed herself to be prejudiced against Mrs. Sherman and the boy by Martha's whimsical accounts of them, good-natured as they were. And this strange premonitory instinct was no premonitory instinct at all. It was just the natural reluctance of a shy nature to face a new and uncongenial situation. And yet, try as she would, she could not shake off the impression that beyond it all there loomed something, a hidden inner sense made her hesitate to approach. Just that moment, a dim, untraceable association of ideas drew her back until she was face to face with a long-forgotten incident in her very little girlhood. Once upon a time there had been a moment when she had experienced much the same sort of feeling she had now, the feeling of wanting to cry out and run away. As a matter of fact, she had cried out and run away. Why, and from what? As it came back to her, not from anything altogether terrible, on the contrary, something rather alluring, but so unfamiliar that she had shrunk back from it, protesting, resisting. What was it? Claire suddenly broke into a smothered little laugh and covered her face with her hands before the vision of herself, squawking madly like a startled chicken and running away from big, handsome 12-year-old Bobby Van Brandt, who had just announced to the world at large that he liked Claire Lang a lot, and she was his best girl, and he was going to kiss her. She had been mortally frightened, had screamed and run away, but so unaccountable is the heart of woman, she'd never liked Bobby quite so well after that, because he'd shown the white feather and hadn't carried out his purpose, in spite of her. But if she should scream and run away now, there would be none to pursue her. Her foolish outburst would disturb no one. She could cry and run, and there would be no big Bobby Van Brandt or anyone else to hear and follow. An actual echo of the cries she had not uttered seemed to mock her foolish musing. She paused and listened. Again and again came the muffled sounds, and at last, so distinct they seemed, she went to her door, unlatched it, and stood listening on the threshold. From Martha's room rose a deep rumble, as of a distant murmurous sea. Mr. Slosson, he's awake. He must have heard the crying too. Oh, it's begun again. How awful! Martha, what is it? Oh, what is it? For Mrs. Slosson had appeared in her own doorway, and was standing night-robed and ghostly, listening attentively to the intermittent signs of distress. It's that bloomin' Dutchman Langbein across the hall. Every time he goes on a toot, he comes back and wallops his wife for it. Go to bed, Miss Clare, child, and don't let it worry you. It ain't your funeral, came the voice of big Sam Slosson from within his chamber. Just what I say to you, my dear, it ain't your funeral. Come back, Martha, and go to bed. Well, that's another pair of shoes entirely, Sammy, whispered Martha. This business has been going on long enough, and I ain't proposing to put up with it no longer. Such a state of things has nothing to recommend it. If it'd help such a poor ninny as Mrs. Langbein any to beat her, I'd say go ahead, never mind us. But you couldn't pound sense into a softy like her, no matter what you done. In the first place, she lets that fella get away from her evenings when if she had an ounce of sense, she could keep him sticking so close at home, a capsin plaster wouldn't be in it. Then, when he comes home, a little the worse for wear, she ups and reproaches him, which God knows that ain't no time to argue with a man. You don't want to argue with a fellow when he's so. You just want to tell him. Tell him with the help of a broomstick if you want to, but tell him or leave him alone. And it's bad for the children, all this is. It's bad for Cora and Francie. What idea'll they get of the holy estate of matrimony, I should like to know? That the man has the upper hand. That's a nice notion for a girl to grow up with nowadays. Hark, my, but he's given it to her good and plenty this time. Sammy Slosson, shame on you, man, to let a poor woman be beat like that and never raise a hand to save your own children from being old maids. Another scream out of her, and I'll go in myself in the face of you. Now, Martha, be sensible, pleaded Sam Slosson. You can't break into a man's house without his consent. Can't I? Well, just you watch me close and you'll see if I can't. You won't make yourself liable to the law. He's her husband, you know. She can complain to the courts if she's got any kick coming, but it's not my business to go interfering between husband and wife. What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Martha wagged an energetic assent. Sure, that certainly lets you out, but there ain't no mention made of woman not being on the job, is there? She covered the narrow width of the hall in a couple of strides and beat her knuckles smartly against the panel of the opposite door. By this time the baluster railing all the way up was festooned with white-clad tenants bending over, looking down. Martha, protested Sam Slosson, you're in your nightgown. You can't go round like that. Everybody's looking at you. Say, you, Mr. Langbein in there, open the door. It's me, Mrs. Slosson. Let me in, was Martha's only reply. Her keen ear, pressed against the panel, heard nothing in response but an oath, following another even more ungodly sound, and then the choking misery of a woman's convulsive sobs. Mrs. Slosson set her shoulder against the door, braced herself for a mighty effort, and "Did you ever see the like of her?" muttered Sam, as, still busy fastening the garments he had hurriedly pulled on, he followed his wife into the Langbeins' flat, into the Langbeins' bedroom. There he saw her resolutely march up to the irate German, swing him suddenly about, and send him crashing, surprised, unresisting, to the opposite side of the room. For a second she stood regarding him scornfully. "You poor low-lived Dutchman, you!" she brought out with deliberation. "What do you mean, laying your hand to a woman who hasn't the strength or the spirit to turn to and lick you back? Why don't you fight a fella your own size and sect? That's fair play. A fine man you are, a fine neighbour you are. Just let me hear a peep out of you, and I'll thrash you this minute to within an inch of your life. I don't need no law nor no policeman to keep the peace in any house where I live. I can keep the peace myself, or I have to lick every tenant in the place. I'm the law and the policeman on my own account, and if you budge from that floor till I tell you get up, I'll come over there and sit down on you so hard your wife won't know you from a pancake in the morning. I'll show you the power of the press." Sam Slosson was no coward, but his face was pallid with consternation at Martha's hardihood. His mighty bulk, however, seemed to supplement hers, had its effect on the sobered German. He did not attempt to rise. "As to you, you poor weak sister," said Mrs. Slosson, turning to the wife, "you've had your last licking so long as you live in this house, believe me. I'm a hard-working woman, but I'm never too tired or too busy to come in and take a round out of your old man if you should ever dare lay finger to you again. I don't mind a friendly scrap onc't in a while with a neighbour. My muscles is good for more than your fat, beer-drinking Dutchman's any day. Let him up and try him onst, and he'll see. Why don't you have some style about you and land him one where it'll do the most good, or else leave him? But no, you wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't. Some women has to cling to something, no matter if they have to support it themselves." Mrs. Langbein's inarticulate sobbing had passed into a spasmodic struggle for breathless utterance. "He don't mean no harm, Miss Slosson. He's all right when he's sober. Only it breaks my heart when he whips me, and I don't deserve it." "Breaks your heart? 'Tain't your heart I'm worrying about. If he don't break your bones, you're in luck." "And I try to be a good wife to him. I tend him hand and foot." "Yes, I know you do," returned Martha dryly. "But suppose you just try the foot in the future. See how it works." "I do my best mit trying to be good cook. I keep his house so clean as a bin. What I don't do, God weiß, I don't know it. I ain't asked him for ein cent already. I ain't trouble him mit pills off of the grocer, oder the butcher, oder anyone. I makes laundry every week for some little peoples, and mit mine own money I pays my bills. When you tell me how it is, I could make everything more smoother for him. I do it. That's exactly the trouble, proclaimed Mrs. Slosson conclusively. You make 'em too smooth. You make 'em so smooth they're actually slippery. No wonder the poor fellow falls down. No man wants to spend all his life skating round doing fancy figure stunts because his wife's a dummy. Let him get down to hard earth, and if he kicks, heave a rocket him. He'll soon stand up and walk straight like a little man. Let him lend a hand with the duty business for a change. It'll take his attention off'n himself, give him a rest from thinking he's an angel and that you hired out when you married to him to shout glory every time he flaps a wing. That sort of thing ain't healthy for men. It don't agree with their constitutions. And now, good night to you, and may you have sweet dreams. Mr. Longbine, I ain't the slightest objection to your getting up if you want to. You know me now. I'm by the day, as you may have heard, but I can turn my hand to an odd job like this now and then by the night, if that's necessary. So let me hear no more from you, sir, and then we'll all be good friends like we're parting now. Good night. End of chapter 7. Read by Sandra. Chapter 8 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Before setting out for his work the next morning, Sam Slosson tried to prepare Ma and Miss Lang for the more than probable appearance during the day of the officer of the law he predicted Friedrich Longbine would have engaged to prosecute Martha. "He has a clear case against you, mother, no doubt of that. You'd no business in his place at all, let alone that you assaulted and battered him. He can make it hot for us, and I don't doubt he will." Mrs. Slosson attended with undivided care to the breakfast needs of such of her flock as still remained to be fed. The youngsters had all vanished. "If he wants to persecute me, let him persecute me. I guess I got a tongue in my head. I can tell the judge a thing or two, which, being probably a mother himself, he'll see the sense of. Do you think I want Sammy growing up under my very eyes, a beer-drinking wife-beater, because he seen the example of it set before him by a Dutchman when he was a boy? Such things makes an impression on the young, which they ain't sense enough to know the difference between a example and a warning. And the girls, too, as I told you last night. It's bad for the country when matrimony ain't made to look like a prize package, no matter what it really is. What's it going to become of the population? I should like to know. Here's Cora now, wanting to be a telephone girl when she grows up, and there's no knowing what Francie'll choose. But you can take it from me they'll both of 'em drop their votes for the single life. They'll prefer to thump a machine of their own, with 12 or 15 per coming to them, rather than be the machine that's thumped, and pay for the privilege out in their own pockets besides." As fate would have it, the day went placidly by in spite of Mr. Slosson's sombre prognostications. No one came to disturb even the tenor of its way. Then, at evening fall, while Martha was still absent, there was a gentle rap upon the door, and Claire, anxious to anticipate Ma, made haste to answer it, and saw a stranger standing on the threshold. It was difficult at first to distinguish details in the dusk of the dim hallway, but after a moment she made out the rotund figure of Mr. Longbine. She could not see his face, but his voice was more than conciliatory. "Excuse me, lady," he began apologetically. "I have for Miss Slosson a little present here. I think she like it. She looks so good-natured, and I know she is kind to bum animals. My wife, her Maltese cat, was having some little kittens already a month ago. I think Miss Slosson she like to have one of them pussies, ja? Anyhow, I bring her von here, und ask you will give it to her mit my thanks und my kind regards und best wishes und anything else you think I could do for her. You tell Miss Lawson I like her to ask me to do something whenever she needs it, yes? Now, what do you think of that? Was Martha's only comment when Claire related the incident, and great Sam Slosson shook with laughter till his sides ached and a fit of coughing set in, and said it was a caution, but mother always did have a winning way about her with the men. It's well I have, or I wouldn't have drew you, Sammy, and you sure are a trump. Only I wished you'd get rid of that cough. You had it just about long enough, Martha responded, half in mockery, half in affectionate earnest. And now, my lad, leave me be, me and Miss Clare. We has things of importance to talk over. It's tomorrow at 10 she's to go see Mrs. Sherman. Miss Clare, you must be looking your best, for the first minute the Madame claps eyes to you, that'll be the deciding minute for you. Have you everything you need ready to your hand? Is all your little laces and frills done up fresh and tidy, so's you can choose the becomingest? Where's that lace butterfly for your neck I like so much? I washed it as careful as could be a couple of weeks ago, but have you wore it since? Claire hesitated. I think I'll put on the simplest things I've got, Martha, she replied evasively. Just one of my linen shirt-waists with the stiff collar and cuffs, no fluffy ruffles at all. But that scrap of lace at your throat ain't fluffy ruffles, and stiff, starched things don't kind of become you, Miss Clare. They ain't your style. You don't want to look like you've been dressed by your worst enemy, do you? You're so little and dainty, you got to have delicate things to go with you. Say, just try that butterfly on you now. I want to see if it'll do all right. By this time Claire knew Martha well enough to realize it was useless to attempt to temporize or evade. I can't wear the butterfly, Martha dear, she said. Why can't you? Well, now, please don't worry, but I can't wear it because I can't find it. I dare say it'll turn up some day when I least expect, but just now it seems to be lost. Martha looked grave. It came out of the wash all right, didn't it? She inquired anxiously. I remember distinctly leaving it soak in the suds, so's there wouldn't be no strain like rubbing it, and the dust'd just drop out natural. But now I come to think of it, I don't recollect ironing it. Now, honest, did it come out of the wash, Miss Clare? No, Martha, but there ain't no but about it. I must have gone and lost your pretty lace for you, and it was real at that. Never mind, it's of no consequence. Truly, please don't. Worry? Sure, I won't worry. What's the use worrying? But I'll make it right, you bet your life, which is much more to the purpose. Say, I shouldn't wonder but it got into the tub some ways, and then, when I let the water out, the suckage drew it down the pipe. Believe me, that's the very thing that happened, and I'll never see Sweet Annie any more. It doesn't make a particle of difference, Martha. I never liked that butterfly as much as you did, you know. Perhaps you did, and perhaps you didn't, but all the same, you're out a neck fixin', and it's my fault. And you're so bound to let me get square to save my face, Miss Clare. You see how it is, don't you? Well, last Christmas, Mrs. Granville, she gave me a lace jabot, real Irish mull, and Carrick-Macross. That's lace from an old country, as you know as well as me. She told me all about it. Fine? It'd break your heart to think one of them poor innocent colleens over there prickling her eyes out, making such a grandeur for the like of me, when no doubt she thought she was doing it for some great dame, would be sporting it out loud in her auto on Fifth Avenue. What use have I in my business for that kinder decoration, I should like to know? It'd only be distracting me, getting in my pails when I'm scrubbing, and by the time Cora and Francis grown up, jabots will be out. I'd much more use for the $5 bill was folded up in the box alongside. That now was becoming to my particular style of beauty. But the jabot, there ain't no use talking, Miss Clare. You'll have to take it off in my hands, I mean my chest, and then we'll be quits on the butterfly business, and no thanks to your nose on either side. It was useless to protest. The next morning, when Claire started forth to beard the lioness in her den, she was tricked out in all the bravery of Martha's really beautiful jabot, and looked as pretty as a picture, and then some, as Mrs. Slosson confidentially assured Sam. But the heart beneath the frilly lace and mull was anything but brave. It felt, in fact, quite as white and fluttery as the jabot looked, and when Claire found herself being actually ushered into the boudoir of the august presence, and told to wait, please, she thought it would stop altogether for very abject fright. Martha had tried in a sort of casual, matter-of-course way to prepare her little lady for the trial, by dropping hints every now and then as to the best methods of dealing with employers, the proper way to carry oneself when one went to live out in private families. "You see, you always been the private family yourself, Miss Clare, so it'll come kinder strange to you first off to look at things the other way. But it won't be so bad after you once get used to it. There's one thing it's good to remember. Them high-toned folks has somehow got it fixed in their minds that the rich must not be annoyed. So it'll be money in your pocket, as the saying is, if you can do your little stint without making any fuss about it, or drawing their attention. Just saw wood and say nothing, as my husband says. Mrs. Sherman, she told me when I first went there, and Radcliffe was a little baby, she strictly forbid anyone to touch him. 'Twas on account of what she called germs or something. Well, I never had no particular yearning to inflict him with none of my germs, but when she was off gallivanting, and that poor little lonesome fella used to cry and put out his arms to be took, I'd take him and give him the only real mother hugging he ever had in his life, and no harm to any of us, to me that give it, or him that got it, or her that was no wiser. Then later, when he was 4 or 5 and around that, she got a notion he was an angel child, and she used to go about telling the help and other folks he must be guided by love alone. I remember she said once he'd be as good as a kitten for hours at a time if you only give him a ball of twine to play with. Well, his nurse, she give him the ball of twine one day when she had something doing that took up all her time and attention on her own account, and when she come back from her outing, you couldn't walk a step in the house without breaking your leg. The nurse, she did sprain her ankle, on account of the cat's cradle effect the young villain had strung across the halls, and from one doorknob to the other, so there wasn't an inch of the place free. And he'd got the toothpaste tubes and squoze out the insides, and painted over every bit of mahogany he could find, doors and furniture and all. You can take it from me that house was a sight after the angel child got through with it. The girls and me, the whole push was working like mad clearing up after him before the madam had come home, and the nurse crying her eyes out for the pain and scared stiff lest she'd be sent packing. Also, if Radcliffe asked questions, we was to answer them truthful was another rule, and the puzzles he'd put to you. One day I remember he got me cornered with a bunch that was such fierce propositions, Solomon in all his glory couldn't give him their truthful answers. Says he, Radcliffe, not Solomon, says he, "I want another leg." "You can't have it," says I. "Why?" says he. "They ain't provided," I says. "Little boys that's well regulated don't have but 2 legs. "Why don't they?" "Because God thought 2 was enough for 'em." "Why did God think so?" "You ask too many questions." "Well, but just listen. I want to know. Now listen. Doth pussycats lay eggs?" "No." "Why don't pussycats lay eggs?" "Because hens has a corner on the egg business." "Why have they?" "Because they're born lucky, like Mr. Carnegie and Mr. Rockefeller." "Doth Mr. Carnegie and Mr. Rockefeller?" "No." "Why don't they?" "Say, Radcliffe, I ain't had a hard day," says I, "but you make me tired." "Why do I? Now, just once more. Now, listen once more. Is God a lady?" As Claire sat waiting for Mrs. Sherman, stray scraps of recollection such as these flitted through her mind, and helped to while the time away. Then, as she still waited, she grew gradually more composed, less unfamiliar with her surroundings and the strange predicament in which she found herself. She could, at length, look at the door she supposed led into Mrs. Sherman's room, without such a quick contraction of the heart as caused her breath to come in laboured gasps, could make some sort of sketchy outline of the part she was foreordained to take in the coming interview, and not find herself barren of resource, even if Mrs. Sherman should say so-and-so instead of so-and-so. She had waited so long, had had such an ample time to get herself well in hand, that when at last a door opened, not Mrs. Sherman's door at all, but another, and a tall, upright, masculine figure appeared in the doorway, she at once jumped to the conclusion it was Shaw, the butler, come to summon her into the presence, and rose to follow, without too much inner perturbation. "Mrs. Sherman is prevented from keeping her appointment with you this morning," descended to her from an altitude far above her own. "She hopes you will excuse her. She has asked me to talk with you in her stead. You are Miss Lang, I believe? I am Mrs. Sherman's brother. My name is Ronald." End of chapter 8. Read by Sandra. Chapter 9 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. It is hard to readjust all one's prearranged plans in the twinkling of an eye. Claire felt as if she had received a sudden dash of cold water square in the face. She quite gulped from the shock of it. How in the world was she to adapt herself to this brand new set of conditions on such short notice, on no notice at all? How was she to be anything but awkwardly monosyllabic? "Sit down, please." Obediently she sat. "Martha, Mrs. Slawson tells me your father was Judge Lang of Michigan." "Yes, Grand Rapids." "You are a college graduate?" "Wellesley." "You have taught before?" "I tutored a girl throughout the whole summer, prepared her for her college entrance exams." "She passed creditably?" "She wasn't conditioned in anything." "How are you on discipline?" "I don't know." "You have had no experience? Never tried your hand at training a boy, for example?" Claire's blue-grey eyes grew suddenly audacious, and the bridge of her short nose wrinkled up delightfully in a roguish smile. "I trained my father. He was a dear old boy, the dearest in the world. He used to say he had never been brought up until I came along. He used to say I ruled him with a rod of iron. But he was very well behaved before I got through with him. He was quite a model boy, really." Glancing quickly up into the steadfast eyes that had at first seemed to her so stern as to be almost forbidding, she met an expression so mild, so full of winning kindness, that she suddenly remembered and understood what Martha had meant when she said once, "A body wouldn't call a queen her cousin when he looks at you like that." "Your father was a credit to your bringing up, certainly. I never had the honour of meeting Judge Lang, but I knew him by reputation. I remember I have heard someone say of him once, he was a judge after Socrates' own heart. He heard courteously, he answered wisely, he considered soberly, and he decided impartially. Added to this, he was one whom kings could not corrupt. That is an enviable record." Claire's eyes filled with grateful moisture, but she did not allow them to overflow. She nodded rapidly once or twice in a quaint, characteristic little fashion, and then sat silent, examining the links in her silver-meshed purse with elaborate attention. "Perhaps Mrs. Slawson has told you that my young nephew is something of a pickle?" The question restored Claire at once. "I'm fond of pickles." "Good. I believe there are said to be 58 varieties. Are you prepared to smack your lips over him, whichever he may be?" "Well, if I can't smack my lips, there's always the alternative of smacking him." Mr. Ronald laughed. "Not allowed," he announced regretfully. "My sister won't have it. Radcliffe is to be guided by love alone." "Whose love, please? His or mine?" Again Mr. Ronald laughed. "Now you've got me," he admitted. "Perhaps a little of both. Do you think you could supply your share? I have no doubt of your being able to secure his. I like children. We've always managed to hit it off pretty well, the kiddies and I. But of course I can't guarantee anything definite in connection with your little boy, because you see I've never been a governess before. I've only had to do with youngsters who've come a-visiting, or else the small, Lower East Siders at the settlement. But I'll promise to do my best." Who does the best his circumstance allows does well, acts nobly. Angles could no more, as I wrote in my sister's autograph album when I was a boy, announced Mr. Ronald gravely. Claire smiled over at him with appreciation. "I'd love to come and try," she said heartily. She did not realize she had lost all sensation of alarm, had forgotten her altered position, that she was no longer one whom these people would regard as their social equal. She was talking as one talks to a friend. "And if Radcliffe doesn't get on, if he doesn't improve, I should say, if you don't like me, you can always send me away, you know." For a very long moment Mr. Ronald sat silent. So long a moment, indeed, that Claire, waiting in growing suspense for his answer, suddenly remembered all those things she'd forgotten, and her earlier embarrassment returned with a wave of bitter self-reproach. She accused herself of having been too free. She had overstepped her privilege. It was not apparent to her that he was trying to visualize the picture she'd drawn, the possibility of his not liking her and sending her away, you know, and that, to his utter consternation, he found it was something he could not in the least conceive of himself as doing; that, on the contrary, the vision of her going away for any reason, of her passing out of his life now she had once stepped into it, left him with a chill sensation in the cardiac region that was as unexpected as it was disturbing. When he spoke at last, it was with a quick, authoritative brevity that seemed to Claire to bear out her apprehension, and prove he thought she had forgotten her place, her new place as hired help, and must be checked lest she presume on good nature and take a tone to her employers that was not to be tolerated. "You will come without fail on Monday morning." "Very well." Her manner was so studiously cold and ceremonious, so sharply in contrast with her former piquant friendliness, that Mr. Ronald looked up in surprise. "Is it convenient for you to come on Monday, I hope?" "Perfectly. I presume my sister, Mrs. Sherman, will take up with you the question of compensation." "Oh," quickly, with a little shudder, "that's all right." "If it isn't all right, it shall be made so," said Mr. Ronald cordially. Claire winced. "It is perfectly all right," she repeated hurriedly, anxious to escape the distasteful subject, still smarting under the lash of her own self-condemnation, her own wounded pride. How could she have forgotten, even for a moment, that she was no longer in a position to deal with these people on equal terms? That now kindness on their part meant patronage, on hers presumption. Of course she deserved the snub she had received, but all the same it hurt. Oh, but it hurt. She knew her George Eliot well. It was a pity she did not recall and apply a certain passage in Maggie Tulliver's experience. Quote, "It did not occur to her that her irritation was due to the pleasanter emotion which preceded it, just as when we are satisfied with a sense of glowing warmth, an innocent drop of cold water may fall upon us with a sudden smart." End quote. Mr. Ronald, searching her face for some clue to the abrupt change in her voice and manner, saw her cheeks grow white, her lips and chin quiver painfully. "You're not well?" he asked, after a second of troubled groping in the dark. "Oh, perfectly," she recollected Martha's injunction. "Never you let on to 'em any of your worries. The rich must not be annoyed," and pulled herself together with a determined mental grip. "It is good that, being so far away from home, you can be under the care of your old nurse," observed Mr. Ronald thoughtfully. "My old nurse?" Claire mechanically repeated, preoccupied with her own painful meditations. "Martha. It is good, it certainly must be comforting to those who care for you, to know you are being looked after by so old and trusted a family servant." Claire did not reply. She was hardly conscious he was speaking. "When Martha first mentioned you to me, to Mrs. Sherman rather, she described you as her young lady. She has a very warm feeling for you. I think she considers you in the light of personal property, like a child of her own. That's excusable. It's commendable even in such a case as this. I believe she said she nursed you till you were able to walk." With a shock of sudden realization, Claire waked to the fact that something was wrong somewhere, something that it was up to her to make right at once. And yet it was all so cloudy, so confused in her mind, with her duty to Martha, her duty to herself and to these people, her fear of being again kindly but firmly put back in her place if she ventured the merest fraction of an inch beyond the boundary prescribed by this grandee of the autocratic bearing and keep-off-the-grass expression, that she hesitated and her opportunity was lost. "I think I must go now," she announced abruptly, and rose, got past him somehow, and made blindly for the door. Then there was the dim vista of the long hall stretching before her like a path of escape, and she fled its length, and down that of the staircase, then out at the street door and into the chill of the cold December noonday. When she had vanished, Francis Ronald stood a moment with eyes fixed in the direction she'd taken. Then abruptly he seized the telephone that stood upon the table beside him, switched it to connect with the basement region, and called for Mrs. Slosson. "This is Mr. Ronald speaking. Is Martha there?" "Yes, sir. Please hold the wire and I'll call her." "Be quick." "Yes, sir." A second, and Martha's voice repeated his name. "Mr. Ronald, this is Martha." "Good. I want you to put on your things at once and follow Miss Lang," he directed briefly. "I do not think she's sick, but as she was talking to me I noticed she grew suddenly quite pale and seemed troubled and anxious. Waste no time. Go at once." The only answer was a sharp click over the wire as Mrs. Slosson snapped the receiver into its crotch. But though Claire was not 5 minutes in advance of her, Martha was unable to make up the distance between them, and by the time she'd mounted the stairs leading to the elevated and stood panting for breath on the platform, the train she'd hoped to catch was to be seen disappearing around the curve at 53rd Street. All the way uptown she speculated as to the why and wherefore of Mr. Ronald's immediate concern about Claire. "It's kinder previous, is getting so stirred up over her at this stage of the game," she pondered. "'Tain't natural, or 'tain't lucky. I'd much liefer have it go slower and be more thorough. A thing like this affair I'm trying to manoeuvre is like some of the things you cook. You want to leave 'em get good and het up before the stirring begins. If they're stirred up too soon, they're apt to cruddle on you, and never get that nice, smooth, thick, gooey look you like to see in rich custards. Same as love affairs. I hope she didn't go and have a scare on and give 'em to think she ain't healthy. She's as sound as a nut. But if Miss Sherman once is fixed with the notion she's subject to faint spells, nothing on earth'll change her mind, and then it'll be nit, not nohow, for Martha's little scheme. I must caution Miss Clare about showing the white feather. No matter how weak-kneed she feels, she's just got to buck up and act like she's a soldier. That's how—" Martha had reached her own street and was turning the corner when she stopped with a sensation as of a quick, fierce clutching at her heart. Evidently there had been some sort of accident, for a great crowd was gathered on the sidewalk, and beside the gutter curbstone just ahead of her stood waiting an ambulance. Her healthy, normal mind did not easily jump at tragic conclusions. She did not, as a general thing, fear the worst, did not even accept it when it came, but now, somehow, a close association of ideas suggested Claire in an instant, and before ever she had stirred a step she saw in her mind's eye the delicate little form she loved, lying injured, maybe mangled, stretched out upon the asphalt in the midst of a curious throng. She hurried faster than any of the others who were also hurrying, and pushed her way on through the press to the very edge of the crowd. A crying woman caught wildly at her arm as she stood for a second struggling to advance. "It's a child, a little girl, run over by an automobile. Oh, God help the poor mother," the stranger sobbed hysterically. Martha freed herself from the clinging fingers and pressed forward. "A child? Miss Clare's such a little thing. No wonder they think she's a child," she murmured. "True for you, my good woman. God help the poor mother." "You know her?" "I know Miss Clare." For some reason the crowd made way and let her through to the very heart of it, and there, sure enough, there was Clare, but Clare crying and kneeling over an outstretched little form, lying unconscious on the pavement. "Why, it's my Francie," said Martha quietly. End of chapter 9. Read by Sandra. Chapter 10 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Through all the days of suspense and doubt, Clare swung like a faithful little pendulum between home, the Shermans, and the hospital. Then, as hope strengthened, she was the bearer of gifts, flowers, fruit, toys from Mr. Ronald and his sister, which Martha acknowledged in her own characteristic fashion. "Tell 'em the Slawson family is bound to be in it. It seems it's the old style for ladies to go under a operation, and as I ain't exactly got the time, Francie she's keeping up the tone for us. If you want to follow the fashions these days, you got to gather your skirts about you, tight as they are, and run. But what's a little inconvenience compared with knowing you're cutting a dash? Tell 'em I thank 'em, and tell Lord Mr. Ronald it's good of 'em to be trying to get damages for Francie out of the auto that run her down, and if there was something coming to us, pay the doctors and such like, it'd be welcome. But somehow I always was shy of monkeying with the law. It's like to catch a body in such queer places where you'd least expect. Before a fellow knows it, he's up for libel, or breaches a promise, and his private letters to the bosom of his family, which nowadays they're mostly ruffles, his letters to the bosom of his family is read out loud in court, and then printed in the papers next morning, and everybody's laughing at him, 'cause he called his wife my darling Tootsie, which she never even accustomed to answer to anything but the name of Sarah. And it's up to him to pay the costs, when 10 to 1 it's the other parties to blame. I guess p'raps we better leave good enough alone. If we begin to get the layers after us, no telling where we'll end. Who knows but they might find the accident injured the auto, instead of Francie. If we work hard and they give us time, me and Sammy can maybe make out to pay the doctors. But add to that, to have to buy a brand new machine for the fellow that run over Francie, that'd be sort of discouraging." She paused, and Clare began to pull on her gloves. "By the way," said Martha, "how's things down to the Shermans? Seems like 100 years since I was there. Last time I laid eyes on Eliza she was in excellent spirits. I seen the bottle. I wonder if she's still, very still, taking a sly nip on the side, as she calls it, which means a sly nip off the sideboard. You can take it from me, if she don't let up before she knows it, she'll be a teetotal wreck." "I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Eliza," observed Clare, smiling. "Why, of course you haven't, which it wouldn't be a pleasure, anyhow. But what I really want to know is how you making out with Radcliffe. I've been so took up with Francie all this while, I clean forgot to ask before. Is he behaving all right? Does he mind what you say? Does he do his lessons good?" Clare's brows drew together in a troubled little frown as she laboured over the clasp of her glove. "Oh, Radcliffe," she let fall carelessly. "Radcliffe's an unruly little Hessian, of course, but I suppose all boys are mischievous at times." Martha pondered. "Well, not all boys are mischievous in just the same way, thank God. This trouble of Francie's has threw me all out in more ways than one. If everything had a went as I'd expected, I'd be working at the Shermans straight along these days, and you wouldn't have had a mite of trouble with the little fella. Him and I understands each other perfectly, and with me a looming up on the landscape, he kinder sees the sense of walking a chalk line, not kicking up his heels too frisky. I'd calculated on being there to sort of back you up till you got used to the place and made him understand you mean business." Claire laughed, a quick, sharp little laugh. "Oh, I think I'm gradually making him understand I mean business," she said, "and I'm sure it is better, since I have to be there at all, that I should be there without you, independent of any help. I couldn't make Radcliffe respect my authority if I depended on someone else to enforce it. It's just one of those cases where one has to fight one's own battle alone." "Then it is a battle?" Martha inquired quietly. "Oh, it's a battle, all right," laughed Claire mirthlessly, and before Mrs. Slosson could probe her further, she managed to make her escape. She did not wish to burden Martha with her vexations. Martha had troubles of her own. Moreover, those that were most worrisome to Claire, Martha, in the very nature of things, would not understand. Claire's first few weeks at the Shermans had been uneventful enough. Radcliffe had found amusement in the novelty of the situation, had deigned to play school with her, and permitted her to make believe she was the teacher. He was willing to pretend to be her scholar, just as he would have been willing to pretend to be the horse if he and another boy had been playing, and the other boy had chosen to be driver for a while. But turn-about is fair play, and when the days passed and Claire showed no sign of relinquishing her claim, he grew restless, mutinous, and she had all she could do to keep him in order. Gradually it began to dawn upon him that this very little person, kind and companionable as she seemed, suffered under the delusion that he was going to obey her, that somehow she was going to constrain him to obey her. Of course, this was the sheerest nonsense. How could she make him do anything he didn't want to do, since his mother had told her in his presence that he was to be governed by love alone, and fortunately her lack of superior size and strength forbade her love from expressing itself as he shudderingly remembered Martha's had done on one occasion. No, plainly he had the advantage of Miss Lang, but until she clearly understood it there were apt to be annoyances. So, without taking the trouble to make the punishment fit the crime, he casually locked her in the sitting-room closet one morning. She had stepped inside to hang up her hat and coat as usual, and it was quite easy, swiftly, noiselessly, to close the door upon her and turn the key. He paused a moment, choking back his nervous laughter, waiting to hear her bang on the panel and clamour to be let out. But when she made no outcry, when, beyond one or two futile turnings of the knob, there was no further attempt on her part to free herself, he stole upstairs to the schoolroom and made merry over his clever exploit. For a full minute after she found herself in darkness, Claire did not realize she was a prisoner. The door had swung to after her. She thought that was all. But when she turned the knob and still it did not open, she began to suspect the truth. Her first impulse was to call out, but her better judgment told her it would be better to wait with what dignity she might until Radcliffe tired of his trick, or someone else came and released her. Radcliffe would tire the more quickly, she reasoned, if she did not raise a disturbance. When he saw she was not to be teased, he would come and let her out. She stood with her hot cheek pressed against the cool wood of the closet door, waiting for him to come, and listening for his steps. She heard other steps which approached and entered the sitting-room. She heard the voices of Mrs. Sherman and Mr. Ronald in earnest conversation. "If I thought such a thing were possible, I'd send her away tomorrow," Mrs. Sherman was saying in a high-pitched, excited voice. "Why such delay? Why not today?" inquired Mr. Ronald ironically. "But of course," continued his sister, ignoring his interruption, "I know there's nothing to be really afraid of." "Well, then, if you know there's nothing to be afraid of, what are you afraid of?" "I'm not really afraid. I'm just talking things over. You see, she's so uncommonly pretty, and men are men, and you're no exception." "I hope not. I don't want to be an exception." "Don't you think she's uncommonly pretty?" "No, I don't think I would call her pretty," said Mr. Ronald, with an emphasis his sister might well have challenged, if she had not been so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she missed its point. "Well, I do. I think she's quite pretty enough to explain your having a passing fancy for her." "I haven't a passing fancy for her." "Well, I'm much relieved to hear you say so, for even if it were only a passing fancy, I'd feel I ought to send her away. You never can tell how such things will develop." "You certainly can't." "And you may rest assured, Mother and I don't want you to ruin your life by throwing yourself away on a penniless, unknown little governess, when you might have your choice from among the best born, wealthiest girls in town. Miss Lang is as well born as anyone we know." "We have only her word for it." "No, her nurse, an old family servant, Martha Slawson, corroborates her, if you require corroboration." "Don't you? Would you be satisfied to pick someone off the street, as it were, and take her into your house and give her your innocent child to train?" "My innocent children being so extremely vague, I am not concerning myself as to their education, but I certainly accept Miss Lang's word, and I accept Martha's." "You're easily satisfied. Positively, Frank, I believe you have a fancy for the girl, in spite of what you say, and for all our sakes, for Mother's and mine and yours, and yes, even hers, it will be best for me to tell her to go." "I rather like the way you rank us. Mother and you first, then I come, and last even the poor little girl." "Well, you may laugh if you want to, but when a child like Radcliffe notices that you're not indifferent to her, there must be some truth in it. He confided to me last night, 'Uncle Frank likes Miss Lang a lot. I guess she's his best girl. Isn't she his best girl?' I told him certainly not, but I lay awake most of the night worrying about it." Mr. Ronald had evidently had enough of the interview. Claire could hear his firm steps as he strode across the floor to the door. "I advise you to quit worrying, Catherine," he said. "It doesn't pay. Moreover, I assure you I have no passing fancy, I quote your words, for Miss Lang. I hope you won't be so foolish as to dismiss her on my account. She's an excellent teacher, a good disciplinarian. It would be difficult to find another as capable as she, one who at the same time would put up with Radcliffe's waywardness and I'll put it picturesquely after the manner of Martha, our idiosyncrasies. Take my advice. Don't part with Miss Lang. She's the right person in the right place. Good morning." "Frank, don't leave me like that. I know I've terribly annoyed you. I can't bear to feel you're provoked with me, and yet I'm only acting for your good. Please kiss me good-bye. I'm going away. I won't see you for 2 whole days. I'm going to Tuxedo this morning to stay overnight with Amy Pelham. There's a man she's terribly interested in, and she wants me to meet him and tell her what I think of him. He's been attentive to her for ever so long, and yet he doesn't. His name is Mr. Robert." Her words frayed off in the distance as she hurriedly followed her brother out into the hall and downstairs. How long Claire stood huddled against the closet door she never knew. The first thing of which she was clearly conscious was the feel of a key stealthily moved in the lock beneath her hand, then the sounds of footsteps lightly tiptoeing away. Mechanically she turned the knob, the door yielded, and she staggered blindly out from the darkness into the sunlit room. It was deserted. If Mrs. Sherman had been there, Claire would have given way at once, letting her sense of outraged pride escape her in a torrent of tears, a storm of indignant protest. Happily, there being no one to cry to, she had time to gather herself together before going up to face Radcliffe. When she entered the schoolroom, he pretended to be studiously busied with his books, and so did not notice that she was rather a long time closing the door after her, and that she also had business with the lock of the door opposite. He really only looked up when she stationed herself behind her desk and summoned him to recite. "I don't want to," announced Radcliffe resolutely. "Very well," said Claire, "then we'll sit here until you do." Radcliffe grinned. It seemed to him things were all going his way, this clear sunny morning. He began to whistle in a breathy undertone. Claire made no protest. She simply sat and waited. Radcliffe took up his pencil and began scrawling pictures over both sides of his slate, exulting in the squeaking sounds he produced. Still the teacher did not interfere. But when, tired of his scratching, he concluded the time had arrived for his grand demonstration, his crowning declaration of independence, he rose, carelessly shoved his books aside, strode to the door, intending masterfully to leave the room, and discovered he was securely locked and bolted in. In a flash he was across the room, tearing at the lock of the second door with frantic fingers. That too had been made fast. He turned upon Claire like a little fiend, his eyes flashing, his hands clenched. You 2-cent Willie!" he screamed. Claire pretended not to see or hear. In reality she was acutely conscious of every move he made, for small as he was, his pent-in rage gave him a strength she might well fear to put to the test. It was the tug-of-war. The question was, who would be conqueror? Through the short hours of the winter forenoon, hours that seemed as interminable to Claire as they did to Radcliffe, the battle raged. There was no sign of capitulation on either side. In the course of the morning, and during one of Radcliffe's fiercest outbreaks, Claire took up the telephone instrument and quietly instructed Shaw to bring no luncheon trays to the schoolroom at midday. 2 glasses of hot milk will be all we need, she said, whereupon Radcliffe leaped upon her, trying to wrest the transmitter from her hand, beating her with his hard little fists. "I won't drink milk, I won't," he shouted madly, "and I'll kill you if you won't let me have my lunch, you miserable 2-cent Willie." As the day drew on, his white face grew flushed, her fevered one white, and both were haggard and lined from the struggle. Then, at about 3 o'clock, Mr. Ronald telephoned up to say he wished Radcliffe to go for a drive with him. Claire replied it was impossible. "Why?" came back to her over the wire. "Because he needs punishment, and I'm going to see that he gets it." "And if I interfere?" "I resign at once, even as it is. Do you think you're strong enough physically to fight to the finish?" "I am strong enough for anything." "I believe you. But if you should find him one too many for you, I shall be close at hand, and at a word from you I will come to the rescue." "No fear of my needing help. Good-bye." She hung up the receiver with a click of finality. Outside, the sky grew grey and threatening. Inside, the evening shadows began to gather. First they thickened in the corners of the room, then spread and spread until the whole place turned vague and dusky. The first violence of his rage was spent, but Radcliffe, sullen and unconquered still, kept up the conflict in silent rebellion. He had not drunk his milk, so neither had Claire hers. The 2 glasses stood untouched upon her desk where she had placed them at noon. It was so still in the room, Claire would have thought the boy had fallen asleep, worn out with his struggles, but for the quick catching breaths that like soundless sobs escaped him every now and then. It had been dark a long time, when suddenly a shaft of light from a just-lit window opposite struck over across to them, reflecting into the shadow, and making visible Radcliffe's little figure, cowering back in the shelter of a huge leather armchair. He looked so pitifully small and appealing that Claire longed to gather him up in her arms, but she forbore and sat still and waited. Then at last, just as the clock of a nearby church most solemnly boomed forth 8 reverberating strokes, a chastened little figure slid out of the great chair and groped its way slowly, painfully along until it reached Claire's side. "I will be good," Radcliffe whispered chokingly, so low she had to bend her head to hear. Claire laid her arms about him, and he clung to her neck, trembling. End of chapter 10. Read by Sandra. Chapter 11 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. It was almost 10 o'clock when Claire left the house. She waited to see Radcliffe properly fed and put to bed before she went. She covered him up and tucked him in as in all his life he had never been covered up and tucked in before. Then, dinnerless and faint, she slipped out into the bleak night. She was too exhausted to feel triumphant over her conquest. The only sensations she realized were a dead weariness that hung on her spirit and body like a palpable weight, and far down in her heart something that smouldered and burned like a live ember, ready to burst forth and blaze at a touch. She had walked but a block or two when through her numbness crept a dim little shadow of dread. At first it was nothing more than an inner suggestion to hasten her steps, but gradually it became a conscious impulse to outstrip something or someone behind her, someone or something whose footfalls, resounding faintly through the deserted street, kept such an accurate pace with her own that they sounded like their echo. It was not until she'd quickened her steps and found that the others' steps had quickened too, not until she'd slowed down to almost a saunter, only to discover that the one behind was lagging also, that she acknowledged to herself she was being followed. Then from out the far reaches of her memory came the words of Aunt Amelia's formula. "Sir, you are no gentleman, if you were a gentleman." But straightway followed Martha's trenchant criticism. "Believe me, that's rot. Might all go right on the stage for a girl to stop and let off some elocution while the villains still pursued her. But here in New York City it wouldn't work. Not on your life it wouldn't. Villains ain't pausing these busy days in their mad careers for no resuscitation stunts. I don't care how genteel you get 'em off. If they're on the job you got to step lively and not linger round for no sweet farewells. Now, you got your little temper with you all right. If you also got a umbrella, why you just make a combine of the two and aim for the bull's eye. Through his nose will do just as good, especially if it's the bleeding variety. No, policemen ain't what I'd recommend for being called to the rescue. In the first place, they ain't apt to be there, and besides, they wouldn't know what to do if they was. Policemen is funny that way. They mean well, but they get upset if anything's doing on their beat. They like things quiet, and they don't like to run in their friends, and so by the time you think you made 'em understand what you're driving at, the villain has got away, and you're like to be hauled up before the magistrate for disturbing the peace, which, being so shy and bashful before high officials, policemen don't like to blow in at court without something to show for the way they've been working." It all flashed across Claire's mind in an instant, like a picture thrown across a screen. Then, without pausing to consider what she meant to do, she halted, turned, and was face to face with Francis Ronald. Before he could speak, she flashed upon him 2 angry eyes. "What do you mean by following me?" "It is late, too late for you to be out in the streets alone," he answered quietly. Claire laughed. "You forget I'm not a society girl. I'm a girl who works for her living. I can't carry a chaperon about with me wherever I go. I must take care of myself, and I know how to do it. I'm not afraid." "I believe you." "Then, good night." "I intend to see you home." "I don't need you." "Nevertheless, I intend to see you home." "I don't want you." "Notwithstanding which," he hailed a passing motor taxi, gave the chauffeur Martha's street and number, after he had succeeded in extracting them from Claire, and then, in spite of protests, helped her in. For a long time she sat beside him in silence, trying to quell in herself a weak inclination to shed tears, because he'd compelled her to do something against her will. He did not attempt any conversation, and when at last she spoke, it was of her own accord. "I've decided to resign my position." "Is it permitted me to know why?" "I can't stay." "That is no explanation." "I don't feel I can manage Radcliffe." "Pardon me, you know you can. You have proved it. He is your bond slave from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer." Claire laughed, a sharp, cutting little laugh that was like a keen knife turned on herself. "Oh, it would have to be for poorer, all right, as Martha says," she cried scornfully. "But it has been too hard today. I can't endure any more." "You won't have to. Radcliffe is conquered, so far as you're concerned. 'Twill be plain sailing after this." "I'd rather do something else. I'd like something different." "I did not think you were a quitter." "I'm not." "Oh, yes, you are, if you give up before the game is done. No good sport does that." "I've no ambition to be a good sport." "Perhaps not, but you are a good sport, a thorough good sport, and you won't give up till you've seen this thing through." "Is that a prediction or a command? It sounds like a command." "It is whatever will hold you to the business you've undertaken. I want you to conquer the rest, as you've conquered Radcliffe." "The rest?" "Yes." "What do you mean by the rest?" "I mean circumstances. I mean obstacles. I mean my mother, my sister." "I don't understand." "Perhaps not. And suppose, forgive me if I seem rude, suppose I don't consider the rest worth conquering. Why should I? What one has to strive so for is worth the most. One has to strive for everything in this world, everything that is really worthwhile. One has to strive to get it. One has to strive to keep it." "Well, I don't think I care very much tonight if I never get anything ever again in all my life to come." "Poor little tired girl." Claire's chin went up with a jerk. "I don't need your pity. I won't have it. I am a stranger to you and to your friends. I am—" The defiant chin began to quiver. "If you were not so tired," Francis Ronald said gravely, "I'd have this thing out with you here and now. I'd make you tell me why you so wilfully misunderstand, why you seem to take pleasure in saying things that are meant to hurt me and must hurt you. As it is—" Claire turned on him impetuously. "I don't ask you to make allowances for me. If I do what displeases you, I give you perfect liberty to find fault. I'm not too tired to listen. But as to your making me do or say anything I don't choose, why—" He shook his head. "I'm afraid you are a hopeless proposition, at least for the present. Perhaps some time I may be able to make you understand. Forgive me, I should say, perhaps some time you may be willing to understand." Their chauffeur drew up beside the curbstone in front of Martha's door, then sprang down from his seat to prove to his lordly-looking fare that he knew his business, and was deserving of as large a tip as a correct estimate of his merit might suggest. Francis Ronald took Claire's key from her, fitted it into the lock of the outer door, and opened it for her. "And you will stand by Radcliffe? You won't desert him?" he asked, as she was about to pass into the house. "I'll show you that, at least. I'm not a quitter, even if I am a hopeless proposition, as you say." A faint shadow of a smile flitted across his face as, with head held proudly erect, she turned and left him. "No, you're not a quitter," he muttered to himself, "but neither am I." The determined set of his jaw would have rekindled that inner rebellious fire in Claire if she'd seen it. But she was seeing nothing just at that moment save Martha, who, to her amazement, stood ready to receive her in the inner hall. "Ain't it just grand?" inquired Mrs. Slosson. "They told me yesterday, all things being equal, they'd maybe leave us back soon, but I didn't put no stock in it, knowing they never is equal. So I just held my tongue and waited, and this morning, like a bolster out of a blue sky, came the word that at noon we could go. Believe me, I didn't wait for no old shoes of rice to be through after me. I got into their old ambulance carriage as happy as a blushing bride being led to the halter, and Francie and me come away rejoicing. Say, what ails you? You look sorter like a strange relation or something. What you been doing to yourself to get so white and holler-eyed? What kept you so late? I had a tussle with Radcliffe. Who won out? I did, but it took me all day. Never mind. It had been cheap at the price if it had took you all week. How come the madam give you a free hand? She was away. Anybody else know what was going on? Any of the family? Yes, Mr. Ronald. He brought me home. I didn't want him to, but he did. He just made me let him. And oh, Martha, I can't bear. You mean you can't bear him? Claire nodded, choking back her tears. Now, what do you think of that? Ejaculated Mrs. Slosson pensively. And he's so popular with the ladies. Why, you ought to hear them stylish lady friends of Mrs. Sherman praising him to her face. It'd make you blush for their modesty, which they don't seem to have none, and that's a fact. You can take it from me, you're the only one he ever come in contact with has such a hate on him. I wouldn't have believed it unless I'd had it from off of your own lips. But there's no use trying to argue such things. Taste is different. What pleases one pleases another. In the meantime, and it is a meantime for you, you poor wore-out child, I've some things here, hot and tasty, that'll encourage your stomach, no matter how it's turned on some other things. As I says to Sammy, it's a poor stomach won't warm its own bit, but all the same, there's times when something steaming does your heart as much good as it does your stomach, which the two of them being such near neighbours, no wonder we get 'em mixed up sometimes, and think the one is starved when it's only the other. End of chapter 11. Read by Sandra. Chapter 12 of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. It proved altogether easier for Martha now Francie was at home again. You see, I can tender and sandwich in some work besides, Mrs. Slosson explained cheerfully, and Ma's a whiz at setting by bedsides helping patients get up their appetites. Says she, now drink this nice glass of eggnog, Francie, my child, she says, and if you drink it, I'll take one just like it myself. And true for you she does. The goodness of Ma is astonishing. Then one day Sam Slosson came home with a tragic face. I've lost my job, Martha, he stated baldly. For a moment his wife stood silent under the blow and all it entailed. Then, with an almost imperceptible squaring of her broad shoulders, she braced herself to meet it, as she herself would say, like a soldier. Well, it's kind of hard on you, lad, she answered, but there's no use grieving. If it had to happen, it couldn't have happened at a better time, for you being home and able to look after Francie will give me a chance to go out regular to my work again, and before you know it, Francie shall be running about as good as new, and you'll have another job and we'll be on top of the wave. Here's Miss Clare, bless her, paying me $7 a week board, which you don't eat no more than a bird, and Sammy singing in the surplus choir and getting 50 cents a week for it, and extra for funerals. It'd take your time to hear 'em lamenting because business ain't brisker in the funeral line. Why, we ain't no call to be discouraged. You can take it from me, Sammy Slosson, when things seem to be kind of shutting down on you and getting black like, same's they likely been doing on us, that ain't no time to be chicken-hearted. Anybody could fall down when they're knocked. That's too dead easy. No, what we want is buck up and have some style about us. When things shuts down and gets dark at the moving picture show, then it's time to sit up and take notice. That means something's doing. You're going to be showed something interesting. Well, it's the same with us. But if you lose your sand at the first go-off and sag down and hide your face in your hands, well, you'll miss the show. You won't see a bloomin' thing. And Martha, sleeves rolled up, enveloped in an enormous blue-checked apron, returned to her assault on the dough she was kneading with redoubled zeal. "Bread, mother?" asked Sam dully, letting himself down wearily into a chair by the drop table, staring indifferently before him out of blank eyes. "Sure, and I put some currants in to please the little fella. I give in. My bread is what you might call a holy terror. Ain't it the caution how I can't never make bread fit to be eat, the best I can do? And yet I can't quit trying. You see, home-made bread, if it is good, is cheaper than store. Perhaps some day I'll be hitting it right, so's when you ask me for bread I won't be giving you a stone." She broke off abruptly, gazed a moment at her husband, then stepped to his side and put a floury hand on his shoulder. "Say, Sam, what you looking so for? You ain't lost your sand just 'cause they fired you. What's come to you, lad? Tell Martha." For a second there was no sound in the room. Then the man looked up, gulped, choked down a mighty sob, and lay his head against her breast. "Martha, there's something wrong with my lung. That's why they thrown me down. They had their doctor from the main office examine me. They'd noticed me coughing, and he said I'd a spot on my lung or something. I shouldn't stay here in the city, he said. I must go up in the mountains, away from this, where there's the good air and a chance for my lung to heal. Otherwise—" Martha stroked the damp hair away from his temples with her powdery hand. "Well, well," she said reflectively. "Now, what do you think of that?" "Oh, Martha, I can't stand it. You and the children, it's more than I can bear." Mrs. Slosson gave the head against her breast a final pat that to another than her husband might have felt like a blow. "More'n you can bear? Don't flatter yourself, Sammy, my lad. Not by no means it ain't. Wouldn't like to have to stand up to all I could actually bear. It's God, not us, knows how much we can stand, and when he gets in the good licks on us, he always leaves us with a little strength to spare to last over for the next time. Now, I'm not a bit broke down by what you've told me. I suppose you thought you'd have me sobbing on your shoulder to give you a chance to play up and do the strong husband act, comforting his little trembling wife. Well, my lad, if you ain't got on to it by now that I'm no little trembling wife, you never will. Those kind has nerves. I only got nerve. That's where I'm singular, see? A joke, Sammy. I made it up myself out of my own head just now. But to go back to what I was saying, why should I sob on your shoulder? There ain't no reason for it. In the first place, even if you have got a spot on your lung, what's a spot? It ain't the whole lung. And one lung ain't both lungs. And there you are. As I made it out, even granting the worst, you're a lung and then some to the good. So where's the use getting blue? There's always a way out somehow. If we can't do one way, we'll do another. Now you just cheer up, and don't let Ma and the children see you kinder got a knock-outer in the solar plexus like Jeffries, and before you know it, there'll be a sudden turn, and we'll be atop of our worries, 'stead of their being atop of us. See? Say, you just cast your eye on them loaves, ain't they grand? Appearances may be deceitful, but if I do say it as shouldn't, my bread certainly looks elegant this time. Now, Sammy, get busy like a good fella. Go in and amuse Francie. The poor child is perishing for something to distract her. What with Cora and Sammy at school, and Miss Clare having the Shermans so bewitched they keep her there all day, and lucky for us if they leave her come home nights at all. The house is too still for a sick person. Give Francie a drink of high G water to cool her lips, and tell her a yarn like. And Sammy, I wished you'd be good to yourself and have a shave. Them prickles of beard reminds me of the insides of Mrs. Sherman's big music box. I wonder what tune you'd play if I run your chin in. Go on now, and attend to Francie like I told you to. She needs to have her mind took off'n herself." When he was gone, Martha set her loaves aside under cover to rise, never pausing a moment to take breath before giving the kitchen a scrub down that left no corner or cranny harbouring a particle of dust. 'Twas twilight when she finished, and time to turn to and get the dinner. Cora and Sammy had long since returned from school. Sammy had gone out again to play, and had just come back to find his mother taking her bread pans from the oven. She regarded them with doleful gaze. "I've fairly broke my own record this time for a bum bread maker," she muttered beneath her breath. "This batch is the worst yet." "Say, mother," said Sammy. "Well?" "Say, mother, may I have a slice of bread? I'm awfully hungry." "Sure you may. This here's just fresh from the oven, and it has currants in it." "Say, mother, a feller I play with, Joe Egan, his mother's hands ain't clean. Would you think he'd like to eat the bread she makes?" "Can she make good bread?" "I don't know. She gave me a piece once, but I couldn't eat it. Count of seeing her fingers. I'm glad your hands are so clean, mother. Say, this bread tastes awful good." Martha chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you like it. Might be worse if I do say it. Only," she added to herself, "it'd have a tough time managing it." "Say, mother, may I have another slice with butter on and sugar sprinkled on top, like this is, to give it to Joe Egan? He's downstairs. I want to show him how my mother can make the boss bread." "Certainly," said Martha heartily. "By all means, give Joe Egan a slice. I like to see you thoughtful and generous, my son, willing to share your good things with your friends." And as Sammy bounded out, clutching his treasures, she winked solemnly across at her husband, who had just re-entered. "Now, do you know what'll happen?" she inquired. "Sammy'll always have the notion I make the best bread ever. And when he grows up and marries, and if his wife is a chef-cook straight out of the toniest kitchen in town at $50 a month, he'll tell her she ain't a patch on me. And he'll say to her, 'Susan,' or whatever her name is, 'them biscuits is all right in their way, but I wished I had a mouthful of bread like mother used to make.' And the poor creature'll wear the life out of her trying to please him and reach my top notch and never succeed, and all the time, say, Sammy gather up the rest of the stuff like a good fella and shove it onto the dumb waiter so's it can go down with the There's the whistle now. That's him calling for the garbage." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 13. "Hello, Martha," said Radcliffe. Mrs. Slawson bowed profoundly. "Hello yourself. I ain't had the pleasure of meeting you for quite some time past, and yet I notice my absence ain't made no serious alteration for the worst in your appearance. You ain't fell away none, on account of my not being here." "Fell away from what?" asked Radcliffe. "Fell away from nothing. That's what they call a figure of speech. Means you ain't got thin." "Well, you've got thin, haven't you, Martha? I don't remember your cheeks had those two long lines in 'em before." "Lines?" repeated Martha, regarding herself in the mirror of an étagère she was polishing. "Them ain't lines, them's dimples." Radcliffe scrutinized her critically for a moment. "They're not like Miss Lang's dimples," he observed at last. "Miss Lang's dimples look like when you blow in your milk to cool it. They're there, and then they ain't there. She vanishes them in, and she vanishes them out. But those lines in your face, they just stay. Only they weren't there before, when you were here. The secret is, my dimples is the kind that takes longer to vanish 'em out when once you vanished 'em in. Mine's way-trained dimples. Miss Lang's is express. But you can take it from me, dimples is fascinatin', whatever specie they are." "What's fascinatin'?" "It's the thing in some things that when it ain't in other things you don't care a thing about 'em." "Are you fascinatin'?" "That's not for me to say," said Martha, feigning coyness. "But this much I will confess, that some folks which shall be nameless considers me so, and they ought to know." Is Miss Lang fascinating? Ask your Uncle Frank. Why must I ask him? If you want to know. Does he know? Probably. He is a very well-informed gentleman on most subjects. I don't want to ask my Uncle Frank anything about Miss Lang. Once I asked him something about her, and he didn't like it. What did you ask him? I asked him if she wasn't his best girl. What did he say? He said, no, quick, just like that. No. I guess he was cross with me, and I know he didn't like it. When I asked my mother why he didn't like it, she said, because Miss Lang's only my governess. And when I told Miss Lang what my mother said, she told me, Miss Lang, she didn't like it either. Now, what do you think of that? Ejaculated Martha. Nobody didn't seem to like nothing in that combination, did they? You was the only one in the whole outfit that showed any tack. What means that, tack? It's a little thing that you use when you want to keep things in place, keep 'em from falling down. There's two kinds. One you must hammer in, and the other you mustn't. I wish Miss Lang was my Uncle Frank's best girl, but I guess she's somebody else's. Eh? Said Martha sharply, sitting back on her heels and twisting her polishing cloth into a rope, as if she were wringing it out. Now, whose best girl do you think she is, if I may make so bold? Radcliffe settled down to business. Yesterday, Miss Lang and me was coming home from the Tippydrome, and my mother, she had company in the drawing-room, and I didn't know there was company first off, 'cause Shaw, he didn't tell us, and I guess I kind of talked loud in the hall, and my mother, she heard me, and she wasn't cross or anything, she just called to me to come along in and see the company. And I said, no, I won't, not unless Miss Lang comes too. And my mother, she said, Miss Lang come too. And Miss Lang, she didn't want her, but she had her. And the company was a gentleman and a lady. And the minute the gentleman, he saw Miss Lang, he jumped up out of his chair like a jumping jack, and his eyes got all kind of sparkly, and he held out both of his hands to her, and sort of shook her hands, till you'd think he'd shake 'em off. And my mother, she said, I see you and Miss Lang are already acquainted, Mr. Van Brandt. And he laughed a lot, the way you do when you're just tickled to death, and he said, acquainted? Well, I should say so. Miss Lang and I are old, old friends. And he kept looking at her and looking at her, the way you feel when there's something on the table you like, and you're fearful afraid it'll be gone before it's passed to you. And my mother, she said to the other company, Miss Pelham, this is Radcliffe. And Miss Pelham, she was looking sideways at Miss Lang and Mr. What's-his-name, but she pretended she was looking at me, and she said, she's a smarty gave a party, Miss Pelham is. She said, Radcliffe, Radcliffe, I wonder if you're any relation to Radcliffe College. And I said, no, I wonder if you are any relation to Pelham Manor. And while they was laughing, and my mother, she was telling how precocious I am, my Uncle Frank, he came in. He came in kind of quiet, like he always does, and he stood in the door, and Mr. What's-his-name was talking to Miss Lang so fast, and looking at her so hard, they didn't neither of them notice. And when my Uncle Frank, he noticed they didn't notice, 'cause they was having such fun by themselves, he put his mouth together like this, like when your tooth hurts and you bite on it to make it hurt some more. And then he talked a lot to Miss Pelham, and didn't smile pleasantly and happy at Mr. What's-his-name and Miss Lang, when my mother, she introduced them. And soon Miss Lang, she took me upstairs, and she didn't look near so tickled to death as Mr. Van Brandt. He looked. And when I asked her if she wasn't, she said, of course I am. Mr. Van Brandt was a friend of mine when I was a little girl, and when you're a stranger in a strange land, anybody you knew when you was at home seems dear to you. But she didn't look near so pleased as he did. He looked more like my Uncle Frank. He did before he got talking so much to Miss Pelham. And now I guess the way of it is, Miss Pelham's my Uncle Frank's best girl, and Miss Lang's Mr. What's-his-name's. Well, now, who believed you could have seen so much? Why, you're a regular old sleuth, the detective, or Sherlock Holmes or somebody like that for discovering things, ain't you? I don't want Miss Pelham to be my Uncle Frank's best girl, and I don't see why that other man he don't have her for his, like she was first off, and leave my Miss Lang alone." "It all is certainly very dark and mysterious," said Mrs. Slosson, shaking her head. "You don't know where you're at all, like when you wake up in the black night and hear the clock give one strike. You couldn't tell if your life hung in the ballast, if it's 12:30 or 1, or past. Radcliffe pondered this for a space, but was evidently unable to fathom its depth, for presently he let it go with a sigh, and swung off to another topic. "Say, do you know our cook, Liza, the one we used to have, has gone away?" "So I gathered from not having saw her fairy figure hovering round the kitchen as I come in, and meeting another lady in her place, name of Augusta, Beatrice said." "Yes, sir. Augusta's the new one. I guess Augusta don't drink." "Which you suggesting Liza does?" "Well, my mother she don't know I know, but I do. I heard Shaw telling about it. 'Twas Liza's day out, and she went and got toxicated, and a policeman he took her up, and next morning my Uncle Frank they sent to him out at the station house to have him bail her out." My, she was as full as that. "What's bail her out?" inquired Radcliffe. Mrs. Slosson considered. "When a boat gets full of water because of leaking sides, or heavy rains, or shipping seas, or whatever they calls it, you bail her out with a tin can, or a sponge, or anything you have by you." "Was Liza full of water?" "I was describing boats," said Martha. "And talking of boats, did I tell you we got a new kitten to our house? He's a grey Maltese. His name is Nix Comarouse." Why is his name that?" "Nix Comarouse? His name's Nix Comarouse because he's from the Dutchman's house. If you listen good, you'll see that's poetry." "Nix Comarouse from the Dutchman's house." "I didn't make it up, but it's poetry all the same. A Dutch gentleman who lives next door to me made him a present to our family." "Do you like him?" "The Dutch gentleman? No, that Nix, the cat." "Certainly we like him. He's a decent, self-respecting little fella that tends to his own business and keeps good hours. And you oughter see how grand him and Flicker gets along. Talk of a cat and dog existence! Why, of all the married parties I know, not to speak of some others that ain't, hit it off as good as Flicker and Nix Comarouse, there wouldn't be no occasion for so many ladies taking the rest cure at Reno." "What's Reno?" "Reno? Why, Reno's short for merino, like I'd say. Nix for Nix Comarouse, which is a kinder woolen goods you make dresses out of. There, did you hear the schoolroom bell? I thought I heard it ringing a while ago, but I wasn't sure. Hurry now, and don't keep Miss Lang waiting. She wants you to come straight along up, so she can learn you to be a big and handsome gentleman like your Uncle Frank." When Radcliffe had left her, Martha went over in her mind the items he had guilelessly contributed to her general fund of information. Take it all in all, she was not displeased with what they seemed to indicate. Confidence is a good thing to have, but a little wholesome doubt don't hurt the masculine gender none. I guess if I was put to it, I could count on one hand with no fingers the number of gentlemen, no matter how plain, have died because way down in their hearts they believed they wasn't real A1 winners. That's one thing it takes a lot of hard usage to convince the sect of. They may feel they ain't getting their dues, that they're misunderstood and being sold below cost, but that they're actually shop-worn, or what's called seconds, or put on the as-is counter because they're cracked or broke, or otherwise slightly disfigured, but still in the ring. Why, that never seems to percolate through their brains, like those coffee pots they use nowadays, that don't make no better coffee than the old kind if you know how to do it good in the first place. On the other hand, ladies is dreadful trying. They act like they're the discoverers of perpetual emotion, and is on the job demonstrating. You can't count on 'em for 1 minute to the next, which they certainly was never born to be aromatic cash registers. And perhaps that's the reason, being naturally so poor at figures, they got to rely to such an extent on corsets. I'm all for women myself. I believe they're the common man. But I must confess, if I'm about to speak the truth, it ain't for the simple, uninfected childlike mind of the male persuasion to follow their figgeries, unless he's some of a trained acrobat. Now, the harsh way Miss Clare has toward Mr. Ronald, you'd think he had give himself dead away to her and was down on his knee-pans, humble as a Episcopalian saying the litany in Lent, grubbing about among the dust she treads on to touch the hem of her garment, whereas, in some way unbeknownst to me and probably unbeknownst to him, he's touched her pride, which is why she's so up in arms, not meaning his. Worse luck. And it would have all worked out right in the end, and will yet, if this new party that Radcliffe mentioned ain't Mr. Botinsky, and she don't follow the dictates of her art and flirt with him too outrageous, or else marry him to spite herself, which is what I mean to prevent if I can, but which, of course, it may be I can't. End of chapter 13. Read by Sandra. Chapter 14 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 14. Frank, said Mrs. Sherman one Sunday morning some weeks later, stopping her brother on his way to the door, can you spare me a few moments? I've something very important I want to discuss with you. I want you to help me with suggestions and advice in a matter that very closely concerns someone in whom I'm greatly interested. Mr. Ronald paused. Meaning? He suggested. I don't know what I ought to tell you. You see, it's confidential. Suggestions and advice are foolish things to give, Catherine. They are seldom taken, never thanked for. Well, in this case mine have actually been solicited, and I feel I ought to do something, because in a way I'm more or less responsible for the imbroglio. Slipping her arm through his arm, she led him back into the library. You see, it's this way. Perhaps after all it will be better, simpler if I don't try to beat about the bush. Amy Pelham has been terribly devoted to Mr. Van Brandt for ever so long, quite 6 months, and he has been rather attentive, though I can't say he struck me as very much in love. You know, she asked me out to Tuxedo not long ago. She wanted me to watch him and tell her if I thought he was serious. Well, I watched him, but I couldn't say I thought he was serious. However, you never can tell. Men are so extraordinary. They sometimes masquerade so their own mothers wouldn't know them. Or their sisters. What did you say? Nothing worth repeating. Go on with your story. Well then, one evening she brought him here, you remember. I'd asked him to come when I was in Tuxedo, and he evidently wanted to do so, for he proposed to Amy that she bring him. Of course, I'd no idea he and Miss Lang had ever met before, and when I innocently ordered her in, I did it simply because Radcliffe was refractory and refused to come without her, and I couldn't have a scene before guests. Well, I didn't know Mr. Van Brandt came from Grand Rapids. How should I? One never thinks of those little provincial towns as having any society. You dear, insolent New Yorker. Well, you may jeer as much as you like, but that's the way one feels. I didn't know that, as Martha says, he was formerly born in Michigan. I just took him for granted, as one does people one meets in our best houses. He's evidently of good stock. He has money, not a fortune perhaps, but enough. He's handsome, and he's seen everywhere with the smartest people in town. Well, Well, naturally, Amy doesn't want to lose him, especially as she's really awfully fond of him, and he is uncommonly attractive, you know. Well, it looks as if that one glimpse of Miss Lang had been enough to upset everything for Amy. He's hardly been there since. And what does she propose to do about it? She doesn't know what to do about it. That's where my suggestions and advice are to come in. I see. Of course we can't be certain, but from what Bob Van Brandt has dropped, and from what Amy has been able to gather from other sources, from people who knew Miss Lang and him in their native burg, he was attached to her when she was no more than a kiddie. Then, when they grew up, he came east and she went abroad, and they lost sight of each other. But as I say, that one glimpse of her was enough to ignite the old flame. You must have seen yourself how frankly, openly he showed his feeling that night. Well, what is one to do about it? Do about what? Why, the whole thing. Don't you see, I'm responsible in a way. If I hadn't called Miss Lang in, Bob Van Brandt wouldn't have known she was here, and then he would have kept on with Amy. Now he's dropped her. It's up to me to make it up to her somehow. It's up to you to make what up to Amy? How dense you are! Why, the loss of Bob Van Brandt. But if she didn't have him, how could she lose him? She didn't exactly have him, but she had a fighting chance. And she wants to fight? I think she'd be willing to fight if she saw her way to winning out. Winning out against Miss Lang? Yes, if you want to put it so brutally. I see. You are assuming that Miss Lang is keen about Van Brandt. Would you wonder if she were? It would be her salvation. Of course, I don't feel about her any longer as I did once. I know now she's a lady, but the fact of her poverty remains. If she married Bob Van Brandt, she'd be comfortably settled. She'd have ease and position, and oh, of course she'll marry him if he asks her. So the whole thing resolves itself down to this. If one could only devise a way to prevent his asking her. Am I mistaken, or did I hear you say something about putting it brutally a few moments ago? Well, I know it sounds rather horrid, but a desperate case needs desperate medicine. Catherine, you have asked for suggestions and advice. My suggestion to Miss Pelham is that she gracefully step down and out. My advice to you is that you resist the temptation to meddle. If Mr. Van Brandt wishes to ask Miss Lang to marry him, he has a man's right to do so. If Miss Lang wishes to marry Mr. Van Brandt after he has asked her, she has a woman's right to do so. Any interference whatsoever would be intolerable. You can take my advice or leave it. But if you leave it, if you attempt to mix in, you will regret it, for you will not be honorably playing the game. Mrs. Sherman's lips tightened. That's all very well, she broke out impatiently. That's the sort of advice men always give to women and never act on themselves. It's not the masculine way to sit calmly by and let another carry off what one wants. If a man cares, he fights for his rights. It's only when he isn't interested that he's passive and speaks of honorably playing the game. All's fair in love and war. If you were in Amy's place, if the cases were reversed, and you saw something you'd set your heart on being deliberately taken away from you, I fancy you wouldn't gracefully step down and out. At least, I don't see you doing it in my mind's eye, Horatio. Ah, but you miss the point. There's a great difference between claiming one's own and struggling to get possession of something that is lawfully another's. If I were in Miss Pelham's place and were sure the one I loved belonged to me by divine right, I'd have her. I'd have her in spite of the devil and all his works. But the thing would be to be sure, and one couldn't be sure as long as another claimant hadn't had his chance to be thrown down. when he'd had his chance and the decks were cleared, then. Goodness, Frank, I'd no idea you could be so intense, and I'll confess I've never given you credit for so much imagination. You've been talking of what you'd do in Amy's place quite as if you actually felt it. Your performance of the determined lover is really most convincing. Francis Ronald smiled. A man who's succeeded in convincing a woman has not lived in vain, he said. Well, I must be off, Catherine. Good luck to you and to Miss Pelham, but bad luck if either of you dares stick her mischievous finger in other people's pies. He strode out of the room and the house. Meanwhile, Martha, industriously engaged in brushing Miss Lang's hair, was gradually, delicately feeling her way toward what was in reality the same subject. Well, of course you can have Cora if you want her. She'll be only too glad of the ride, but do you really think it's advisable to lug a third party along when it's clear as dishwater he wants you alone by himself and yourself? It's this way with men. If they set out to do a thing, they generally do it. But believe me, if you put impediments in their way, they'll sure do it, and then some. Now, all them flowers and candy that's been coming here lately so regular, they means business on Mr. Van Brandt's part, if pleasure on yours. He's strewing your path with roses and paving it with Huyler's chocolates, so some day in the near future he can come marching along it and walk straight up to the captain's office and hand in his application for the vacancy. Now, the question is as plain as the nose on your face. Do you want him to do it first, or do you want him to do it last? It's up to you to decide the time, but you can bet your life it's going to be some time, Cora or no Cora, ohne oder mit, as our Dutch friend across the hall says. Claire's reflection in the mirror she sat facing showed a pair of sadly troubled eyes. Oh, it's very puzzling, Martha, she said. Somehow life seems all topsy-turvy to me lately. So many things going wrong, so few right. Now, what, if I may make so bold, is wrong with your getting a first-class offer from a well-off, good-looking, gentleman friend that's been keeping company with you, off and on, as you might say, ever since you was a child, which shows that his heart's in the right place and his intentions is honourable. You know you mustn't let the procession get by you. Life's like standing on the curbstone watching the parade. At least that's how it seems to young folks. They hear the music and they see the banners and the floats, and they think it's going to be a continuous performance. After a while they got so used to the band a-playing and the flags a-waving that it gets to be an old story, and they think that that's what it'll be all right along. So they don't trouble to keep their eye peeled for the fellow with the water can, which he asked 'em to watch out for him. No, they argue he's good enough in his way, but think of the fellow with the drum, or even, it might be, who knows, the grand one with his mother's big black muff on his head, doing stunts with his grandfather's gold-topped club, his grandpa having been a policeman of the pull in the ward. And while they stand a-waiting for all the grandeur they're expecting, suddenly it all goes past, and they don't see nothing but perhaps a milk-wagon bringing up the rear, and the asphalt all strewed with ragtag and bobtail, and there's nothing doing in their direction, except turn around and go home. Now, what's the matter with Mr. Van Brandt? If you marry him, you'll be all right to the good. No worry about the rent, no pinching here and plotting there to keep the bills down. No going out by the day, rain or shine, traipsing the street on your 2 feet when you're so dead tired you could lay down and let the rest walk over you. Why, looking at it from any standpoint of view, I can't see but it's a grand opportunity. And you're fond of him, ain't you? Oh, yes, I'm very fond of Mr. Van Brandt, but I'm fond of him as a friend. I couldn't ever marry him. What for you couldn't? It ain't as if you'd liked some other fella better. If you liked some other fella better, no matter how little you might think you'd ever get the refusal of him, I'd say stick to the real article. Don't be put off with substitutes. It ain't no use trying to fool your heart. You can monkey with your brain and make it believe all sorts of tommy rot, but your heart is dead on to you, and when it once sets in hankering, it means business." Claire nodded unseeingly to her own reflection in the glass. "Now, my idea is," Martha continued, if you got something looming, why don't hide your face and play it isn't there. There ain't no use standing on the ragged edge till every tooth in your head chatters with cold and fright. You don't make nothing by it. If you love a man like a friend, or if you love a friend like a man, my advice is take your seat in the chair, grip a hold to the arms, brace your feet, and let her go, Gallagher. It'll be over in a minute, as the dentists say." "But suppose you had something else on your heart, something that had nothing to do with that sort of thing?" Claire asked. "What sort of thing?" "Why, love. Suppose you'd done something unworthy of you. Suppose the sense of having done it made you wretched, made you want to make others wretched. What would you do then?" "Now, my dear, don't you make no mistake. I ain't going to be drew into no blindsman's grab-bag little game, not on your sweet life. I ain't going to risk having you hate me all the rest of your natural life, because to be obliging, and also to show what a smart boy I am, I give a verdict with all the evidence in. If you want to tell me plain out what's fretting you, I'll do my best according to my lights, but otherwise—" "Well," began Claire, and then followed haltingly, stumblingly, the story of her adventure in the closet. "At first I felt nothing but the wound to my pride, the sting of what they said," she concluded. "But after a little I began to realize there was something else. I began to see what I had done. For you know I had deliberately listened. I needn't have listened if I had put my hands over my ears. If I'd crouched back away from the door and covered my head, I need not have overheard. But I pressed as close as I could to the panel and hardly breathed, because I wanted not to miss a word. And I didn't miss a word. I heard what it was, never meant I should hear, and I'm nothing but a common eavesdropper." "Now, what do you think of that?" observed Mrs. Slosson. "Now, what do you think of that?" "I've tried once or twice to tell him," continued Claire. "Tell who? Tell Mr. Van Brandt?" "No, Mr. Ronald." "Oh, you see, when you speak of he and him, it might mean almost any gentleman, but I'll try to remember you're always referring to Mr. Ronald. I've tried once or twice to tell him, for I can't bear to be untruthful, but then I remember I'm only the governess, the right person in the right place, of so little account that he doesn't even know whether I'm pretty or not, and the words choke in my throat. I realize it wouldn't mean anything to him. He'd only probably gaze down at me, or he'd be kind in that lofty way he has, and put me in my place as he did the first time I ever saw him, and so I've never told him. I couldn't. But sometimes I think if I did, if I just made myself do it, I could hold up my head again and not feel myself growing bitter and sharp because something's hurting me in my conscience." "That's it," said Martha confidently. "It's your conscience. Believe me, consciences is the dickens and all for making a mess of things when they get right down to business. Now, if I was you, I wouldn't bother Mr. Ronald with my squalms of conscience. Very probably when it comes to consciences he has troubles of his own. At least, if he ain't, he's an exception and a rare curiosity, and Mr. Pierpont Morgan ought to buy him for the museum. When your conscience tells you you'd oughter tell, 10 to 1 you oughtn't. Give other folks a chance. What they don't know can't worry 'em. Besides, you're just telling a thing don't let you out. You can't get clear so easy as that. It's up to you to work it out. So what's wrong is made right, and do it yourself, not trust to nobody else. You can't square up by heaving your load off'n your own shoulders onto another fellow's. You think you feel light 'cause you done your duty, when 10 to 1 you done your friend. No, I wouldn't advise turning state's evidence on yourself, unless it was to save another from the gallows. As it is, you can take it from me the best thing you can do for that conscience of yours is get busy in another direction. Dress yourself up as fetching as you can. Go out motoring with your gentleman friend like he asked you to. Let him get his proposal off in his chest, and then tell him you'll be a sister to him. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 15. Sam Slauson had gone to the Adirondacks in January, personally conducted by Mr. Blennerhassett, Mr. Ronald's secretary, Mr. Ronald in the most unemotional and businesslike manner having assumed all the responsibilities connected with the trip and Sam's stay at the sanatorium. It was Claire who told Mr. Ronald of the Slausons' difficulty, how Martha saw no way out and still was struggling gallantly on, trying single-handed to meet all obligations at home and, in addition, send her husband away. "That's too much, even for Martha," he observed. "If I only knew how to get Sam to the mountains," Claire said in a sort of desperation. "You have just paved the way." "How?" "You have told me." "You are going to help?" "Yes." "Oh, how beautiful!" "I am glad that, for once, I have the good fortune to please you." Claire's happy smile faded. She turned her face away, pretending to busy herself with Radcliffe's books. "I see I have offended once more." She hesitated a moment, then faced him squarely. "There can be no question of your either pleasing or offending me, Mr. Ronald. What you are doing for Martha makes me glad, of course, but that is only because I rejoice in any good that may come to her. I would not take it upon myself to praise you for doing a generous act, or to blame you if you didn't do it." "Crushed again," observed Francis Ronald gravely, but with a lurking, quizzical light of laughter in his eyes. For an instant Claire was inclined to be resentful. Then, her sense of humour coming to the rescue, she dropped her heroics and laughed out blithely. "How jolly it must be to have a lot of money, and be able to do all sorts of helpful, generous things," she said lightly. "You think money the universal solvent?" "I think the lack of it the universal insolvent." "I hope you don't lay too much emphasis on it." "Why?" "Because it might lead you to do violence to your better impulses, your higher instincts." "Why should a man think he has the right to say that sort of thing to a woman? Would you consider it a compliment if I suggested that your principles were hollow, negotiable, that they were for sale or to let like an empty house?" "I suppose most men would tell you they have no use for principle in their business, only principal." "And you think women—" "Generally, women have both principle and interest in the business of life. That's why we look to them to keep up the moral standard. That's why we feel it to be unworthy of her when a girl makes a mercenary marriage." The indignant blood sprang to Claire's cheeks. What business had he to interfere in her affairs, to warn her against marrying Bob Van Brandt, assuming that if she did marry him it would be only for money? She was glad that Radcliffe bounded in just then, throwing himself upon her in his eagerness to tell her all that had befallen him during their long separation of 2 hours, when he'd been playing on the Mall under Beatrice's unwatchful eye. In spite of Martha, Claire had just been on the point of confessing to Mr. Ronald. He had seemed so friendly, so much less formidable than at any time since that first morning. But she must have been mistaken, for here were all the old barriers up in an instant, and with them the resentful fire in her heart. Perhaps it was the memory of this conversation that made her feel so ill at ease with Robert Van Brandt. She could not understand herself. Why should she feel so uncomfortable with her old friend? She could not help being aware that he cared for her, but why did the thought of his telling her so make her feel like a culprit? Why should he not tell her? Why should she not listen? One thing she felt she knew: if he did tell her, and she refused to listen, he would give it up. He would not persist. She remembered how, as a little girl, she had looked up to him reverentially as big Robbie Van Brandt. He was a hero to her in those days, until he had let himself be balked of what he had started out to get. If he'd only persisted, insisted, who knows, maybe. She was sure that if he offered her his love and she refused to accept it, he would not, like the nursery rhyme model, try again. He would give up and go away, and in her loneliness she did not want him to go away. Was she selfish? She wondered. Selfish or no, she could not bring herself to follow Martha's advice and let him get his proposal off in his chest. It was early in April before he managed to do it. She and Radcliffe had gone to the park. Radcliffe was frisking about in the warm sunshine, while Claire watched him from a nearby bench, when suddenly Mr. Van Brandt dropped into the seat beside her. He did not approach his subject gradually. He plunged in, desperately, headlong, heartlong, seeming oblivious to everything and every one save her. When at last he left her, she, knowing it was for always, was sorely tempted to call him back. She did care for him in a way, and the life his love opened up to her would be very different from this. And yet... She closed her cold fingers about Radcliffe's little warm ones, and rose to lead him across the plaza. She did not wonder at his being so conveniently close at hand, nor at his unwonted silence all the way home. She had not realized until now that it was snapped, how much the link between this and her old home life had meant to her. It meant so much that tears were very near the surface all that day, and even at night, when Martha was holding forth to her brood, they were not altogether to be suppressed. "Easter comes early this year," Mrs. Slawson observed. "Am I going to have a new hat?" inquired Cora. "What for do you need a new hat? I should like to know. I suppose you think you'll walk up Fifth Avenue in the church parade, and folks'll stare at you and nudge each other and whisper, 'Look at there, that's Miss Cora Slawson that you read so much about in the papers, that one on the right-hand side, wearing the French chapeau with the white ribbon and that grand vinaigrette onto it. Ain't she handsome?' "I think you're real mean to make fun of me," pouted Cora. "I got $1.50 for the Easter singing," announced Sammy, "'cause I'm promoted, and I'm going to sing a solo." "Careful you don't get your head so turned you sing out at the other side of your mouth," cautioned Martha. "'Stead of crowing so much, you better make sure you know your colic." "What you going to do with your money?" inquired Francie, unable to conceive of possessing such vast riches. "I dunno. Come here and I'll tell you," said his mother. "Whisper." At first Sammy's face did not reveal any great amount of satisfaction at the words breathed into his ear, but after a moment it fairly glowed. "Ain't that grand?" asked Martha. Sammy beamed, then went off whistling. "He's going to invest it in a hat for Cora as a surprise, me adding my mite to the fun and not letting him be any the wiser. And Cora, she's going to get him a pair of shoes with her bank pennies, and be this and be that. The one thinks he's closing the other, and is proud as punch of it, while they're learning manners the same time they're being dressed," Martha explained to Claire later. "I wish you'd tell that to Radcliffe," Claire said. "He loves to hear about the children, and he can learn so much from listening to what is told of other kiddies' generosities and self-denials." Martha shook her head. "There's nothing worth telling," she said. "And besides, if I told him, he might go and tell his mother or his Uncle Frank, and they might think I was putting in a bid for a Easter egg on my own account. Radcliffe is a smart little fella. He knows a thing or two, and sometimes three, and don't you forget it." That Radcliffe knew a thing or two, and sometimes three, he proved beyond a doubt to Martha next day, when, as she was busy cleaning his Uncle Frank's closet, he meandered up to her and casually observed, "Say, you know what I once told you about Miss Lang being Mr. Van Brandt's best girl?" "Yes." "Well, she ain't." "Why ain't she?" "I was looking out of the window in my mother's sitting room yesterday morning, and when my mother and my Uncle Frank they came up from breakfast, they didn't see me 'cause I was back of the curtains. My mother said she had a letter Shaw he just gave her, and when she read it she clapped her hands together and laughed, and my Uncle Frank he said, 'Why such joy?' and she said, 'The greatest news! Amy Pelham is engaged to Mr. Van Brandt.' And my Uncle Frank his face got all dark red at once, and he said to my mother, 'Catherine, are you responsible for that?' And she said, 'I never lifted a finger, I give you my word of honour, Frank.' And then my Uncle Frank he looked better, and my mother she said, 'You see, he couldn't have cared for Miss Lang after all, I mean, the way we thought.' And he said, 'Why not?' And she said, 'Cause if he'd asked her she would have taken him, for no poor little governess is going to throw away a chance like that. No sensible girl would say no to Bob Van Brandt with all his vantages. She'd jump at him, and you couldn't blame her.' And then my mother and my Uncle Frank they jumped, for I came out from behind the curtains where I'd been looking out, and I said she would too say no. My Miss Lang she's sensible, and one time in the park when Mr. Van Brandt he asked her to take him and everything he had, that's what he said, 'Take me and everything I have, and do what you want with me.' Miss Lang she said, 'No, Bob, I can't. I wish I could, for your sake, if you want me so, but I can't.' And Mr. Van Brandt he felt so bad I was sorry. When I thought Miss Lang was his best girl I didn't like him, but I didn't want him to feel as bad as that, and he went off all alone by himself, and Miss Lang, only I couldn't tell any more, for my Uncle Frank he said real sharp, 'That's enough, Radcliffe.' But last night he brought me home a dandy boat I can sail on the lake, with a rigging and a centre-board, and oh, lots of things, and so I guess he wasn't so very mad after all." End of chapter 15. Read by Sandra. Chapter 16 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 16. "Most like it's the spring," said Martha. It was Memorial Day. She and Miss Lang were at home, sitting together in Clare's pretty room, through the closed blinds of which the hot May sun set tempered shafts of light. Clare regarded Mrs. Slosson steadily for a moment, seeming to make some sort of mental calculation meanwhile. "Well, if it is the spring," she observed at length, with a whimsical little frown knitting her brows, "it's mighty forehanded, for it began to get in its fine work as far back as January. Ever since the time Sam went to the sanatorium, you've been losing flesh and colour, Martha, and I don't know what to do about it." "Do about it," repeated Mrs. Slosson. "Why, there ain't nothing to do about it, but let the good work go on. I'm in luck if it's true what you say. Believe me, there's lots of ladies in this town is starving their stomachs and everything else about 'em, and paying the doctors high besides, just to get delicate complected and airy-fairy figures, same's I'm doing, without turning a hand. Did you ever hear of Banton? It's what the high-toned doctors recommend to thin-down ladies who have it so comfortable they're uncomfortable. The doctors prescribes exercise for 'em, and they take it, willing as doves, whereas if their husbands said, 'Say, old woman, while you're resting, just scrub down the cellar stairs good, that'll take the flesh off'n you quicker'n anything else I know,' they'd get a divorce from 'em, so quick you couldn't see 'em for dust. No, They'd not do anything so low as cellar stairs to save their lives. You couldn't please 'em better'n to see another woman down on her marrow bones working for 'em, but get down themselves. Not on your sweet life, they wouldn't. They'd rather bant. Bantin' sounds so much more stylisher than scrubbing." Claire smiled, but her eyes were very serious as she said, "All the same, Martha, I believe you are grieving your heart out for Sam. I've been watching you when you didn't know it, and I've seen the signs and the tokens. Your heart has the hunger ache in it." "Now, what do you think of that?" exclaimed Mrs. Lawson. "What do you know about hearts and hunger aches, I should like to know? You, an unmarried maiden girl without so much as the shadow or the skeleton of a beau, as far as I can see. What do you know about a woman hungering and craving for her own man? You have to have really felt them things yourself to know the signs of 'em in other folks." Claire's lip trembled, but she did not reply. When Martha spoke again, it was as if she had replied. "Oh, go way! You ain't never had a leanin' in any gentleman's direction, I'd be willin' to wager. And yet, I may as well tell you, you've been gettin' kind o' white and scrawny yourself lately, beggin' your pardon for being so bold as notice it. Mind, I ain't the faintest notion of holding it against you. I know better than think you've been setting your affections on anybody. There's other things besides love gives you that tired feeling. What you need is something to brace you up and clear your blood like Hoods's sarsaparilla. Everybody feels the way you do this time of year. I heard a young saleslady, she wasn't a woman, mind you, she was a saleslady. I heard a young saleslady in the car the other morning complain. She was the real dressy kind, you know, with more'n a month's pay of hair boiling over on the back of her head in puffs and things. The gallus sort that, if you want to buy a yard of good flannin off her, will sass you up and down to your face, as fresh as if she was your own daughter. She was complaining the spring always made her feel so kinder, so awful languid." "Martha, dear," broke in Claire irrelevantly, "I wonder if you'd mind very much if I told Mr. Ronald the truth. He thinks you were an old family servant. He thinks you nursed me till I was able to walk." Martha considered. "Well, ain't that the truth?" she asked blandly. "I lived out from the time I was 12 years old. That was in Mrs. Granville's mother's house. When I was 16 I went to Mrs. Granville's. I was kitchen maid there first off, and gradually she promoted me till I was first housemaid. I never left her till I got married. If that don't make me an old family servant, I'd like to know." "But he thinks you were an old family servant in our house." "Well, bless your heart, that's his business, not mine. How can I help what he thinks?" "Didn't you tell him, Martha dear, that you nursed me till I was able to walk?" "Sure I did, and it's the living truth. What's the matter with that? Believe me, you wasn't good for more than a minute or two more on your legs, when I got you into your bed that blessed night. You was clean bowled over, and you couldn't have walked another step if you'd been kilt for it. Didn't I nurse you them days you was in bed helpless as a baby? Didn't I nurse you till you could walk?" "Indeed you did, and that's precisely the point," said Claire. "If Mrs. Sherman knew the truth, that I was poor, homeless, without a friend in New York, the night you picked me up on the street and carried me home and cared for me, without knowing a thing about me, they wouldn't have taken me into their house and given me their little boy to train. And because they wouldn't, I want to tell them. I want to square myself. I ought to have told them long ago. "You want 'em to bounce you," observed Mrs. Slosson calmly. "Well, there's always more'n one way of looking at things. For instance, any good chambermaid with experience will tell you there's 3 ways of dusting. The first is, do it thorough, wiping the rungs of the chairs and the backs of the pictures and under the books on the table like. The second is, just sort of flashing your rag over the places it shows, and the third is, pull down the shades. They're all good enough ways in their own time and place, and you follow them according to your disposition, or if you're naturally particular, according to the other things you got to do in the time you got to do them in. Now, I'm particular. I'm the naturally thorough kind, but if I'm pressed and there's more important things up to me than the dustin', I give it a lick and a promise, same as the next one, and let it go at that, till the time comes I can do better. Life's too short to fuss and fidget your soul out over trifles. 'Tain't always what you want, but what you must. You sometimes got to cut short at one end so's you can piece out at another. And you can take it from me, you only pester folks by getting 'em down where they can't resist you, and forcing a lot of hard facts down their throats, which ain't the truth anyhow, and which they don't want to swaller on no account. What do they care about the machinery, so long as it turns out the thing they want? Believe me, it's foolishness to try to get 'em back into the works, poking about among the inside wheels and springs and so forth. You likely get knocked senseless by some big thingumbob you didn't know was there. Now, I know just exactly what's in your mind, but you're wrong. You think I told Mr. Ronald fibs. I didn't tell him fibs. I just give him the truth the way he'd take it. Like you give people castor oil that's too dainty to gallop it down straight. Some likes it in lemon and some in globules, but it's castor oil all the same. He wanted to know the truth about you, and I let him have it, the truth being you're as fine a lady as any in the land. If I'd happened to live in Grand Rapids at the time, I'd most likely have lived out with your grandmother and been an old family servant in your house like I was at Mrs. Granville's, and I certainly would have nursed you if I'd had the chance. 'Twas just a case of happened so, my not having it. The right kind of folks here in New York is mighty squeamish about strangers. They want recommendations. They want 'em because they want to be sure the ones they engage is okay. That's all recommendations is for, ain't it? Now, I knew the minute I clapped eye to you that, as I say, you was a grand lady as any in the land, and that being the case, what was the use of fretting 'cause I hadn't more than your say-so to prove it? But if I'd pulled a long face to Mrs. Sherman and told her, hesitating like and nervous, about what took place that night, she not having much experience of human nature, only the other kind that's more common here in New York City, she'd have hemmed and hawed, and thought she'd better not try it, seeing Radcliffe is such a angel child, and not to be trained except by a A1 lady. But the truth, persisted Claire. I tell the truth, Mrs. Slosson returned with quiet dignity. I only don't waste time on trifles. It is not wasting time on trifles to be exact and accurate. An architect building a house must make every little detail true, else when the house goes up it won't stand. Don't he have to reckon nothing on the give or not give of the things he's dealing with? Demanded Martha. I'm only a ignorant woman, and I ask for information. When you're dressmaking, you have to allow for the seams, and when you're making, other things, you have to do the same thing, only spelled a little different. You have to allow for the seams. Most folks don't do it, and that's where a lot of trouble comes in, or so it appears to me. Claire twisted her ring in silence, gazing down at it the while as if the operation was, of all others, the most important and absorbing. We may not agree, Martha dear, she said at last, but anyway I know you're good, and I wouldn't hurt your feelings for the world. Sure, I know you wouldn't, and they ain't hurt, not in the least. You got one kind of conscience, and I got another, that's all. Consciences is like hats. One that suits one party would make another look like a guy. You got to have your own style. You got to know what's best for you, and then stick to it. And you won't object if I tell Mr. Ronald? Object? Certainly not. Tell him anything you like. I always was fond of Mr. Ronald myself. I never thought he was as hard and stern with the body as some thinks. Some thinks he's as hard as nails, but oh, I'm sure he's not, cried Claire with unexpected loyalty. His manner may seem a little cold and proud sometimes, but I know he's very kind and generous. "Certainly, so do I know it," said Mrs. Slosson. "I don't say I mayn't be mistaken, but I have the highest opinion of Mr. Ronald. I think you could trust him to do the square thing, no matter what, and if he was kinder harsh doing it, it's only because he expects a body to be perfect like he is himself." In the next room Sabina was shouting at the top of her lungs, "Come back to hearing, my Vornian, my Vornian." "Ain't it a caution what lungs that child has, considering?" Martha reflected. "Just hear her holler. She'd wake the dead. I wonder if she's trying to beat that out of whooping it up outside. Have you ever noticed them autos nowadays? Some of them has such croupy coughs. Before I know it, I'm hunting for a flann and an embrocation. Excuse me a minute while I go answer the bell." A second later she returned. A step in advance of her was Mr. Ronald. "I am lucky to find you at home, Martha," were the first words Claire heard him say. Martha, by dint of a little unobservable manoeuvring, managed to superimpose her substantial shadow upon Claire's frail one. "Yes, sir, when I get a day to lay off in, you couldn't move me out of the house with a derrick," she announced. "Miss Lang's here, too. Being so dim and coming in out of the sunlight, perhaps you don't make out to see her. She ain't had time to pull herself together," Mrs. Slosson inwardly noted. "But Lord, I couldn't stand in front of her forever, and even if a girl is dead in love with a man, more power to her. That's no reason she should go to the other extreme to hide it, and pretend she's a cold storage warranted to freeze 'em stiff like the artificial ice they're making these days in the good old summer time." The first cold greetings over, Claire started to retreat in the direction of the door. "Excuse me, please. I promised Francie. She's expecting me. She's waiting." "Pshaw, now, let her wait," said Martha. "Don't let me detain Miss Lang if she wishes to go," interposed Mr. Ronald. "My business is really with you, Martha." "Thank you, sir, but I'd like Miss Lang to stay by all the same. That is, if you don't object." "As a witness? You think I need watching, eh?" "I think it does a body good to watch you, sir." "I didn't know before you were a flatterer, Martha, but I see you're a lineal descendant of the Blarney Stone." Claire felt herself utterly ignored. She tried again to slip away, but Martha's strong hand detained her, bore her down into the place she had just vacated. "How is Francie?" inquired Mr. Ronald, taking the chair Mrs. Slosson placed for him. "Fine, thank you, sir. The doctor says they never see a child get well so fast. She's grown so fat and big there ain't a thing belongs to her will fit her any longer. They're all shorter, and she has to go wax with Cora on her clothes. Perhaps she'd enjoy a little run out into the country this afternoon in my car. The other children, too, and possibly Miss Lang." "I'm sure they'd all thank you kindly, sir," began Martha, when— "I'm sorry," said Claire coldly. "I can't go." Mr. Ronald did not urge her. "It is early. We have plenty of time to discuss the ride later," he observed quietly. "Meanwhile, what I have in mind, Martha, is this. Mr. Slosson has been at the sanatorium now for—" "Going on 5 months," said Martha. "And the doctors think him improved?" "Well, on the whole, yes, sir. His one lung— sounds kinder Chinesey, don't it? His one lung ain't no worse. It's better, some, only he keeps losing flesh, and that puzzles him." "Do you think he's contented there?" "He says he is. He says it's a grand place, and they're all as good to him as if he was the King of Harlem. You seen to that, sir, he says. And Sammy's always patient, no matter what comes." "But—" "Well, but only just it ain't home, you know, sir." "I see. And the doctors think he ought to stay up there, not return home? Here, I mean." "That's what they say." "Have you the means to keep him at the sanatorium over the 5 months we settled for in January?" "No, sir. That is not yet." Would you like to borrow enough money to see him through the rest of the year?" Martha deliberated. "I may have to, sir," she said at last, with a visible effort. "But I don't like to borrow. I notice when folks gets the borrowing habit, they're slow paying back, and then you don't get thanks for a gift, or you don't get credit for a loan." This time it was Mr. Ronald who seemed to be considering. "Right," he announced presently. "I notice you go into things rather deep, Martha." Mrs. Slosson smiled. "Well, when things is deep, that's the way you got to go into them. What's on your plate you got to chew, and if you don't like it you can lump it, and if you don't like to lump it you can cut it up finer. But there it is, and there it stays till you swaller it somehow. Do you enjoy or resent the good things that are or seem to be heaped on other people's plates?" "Why, yes, I certainly enjoy them, but after all, the things taste best that we're eating ourselves, don't they? And if I had money enough like some, so as I didn't have to borrow to see my man through, why, I don't go behind the door to say I'd be glad and grateful." "Would you take the money as a gift, Martha?" "You done far more than your share already, sir." "Then, if you won't take it, and you'd rather not borrow, we must find another way. A rather good idea occurred to me last night. I've an uncommonly nice old place up in New Hampshire, in the mountains. It was my father's and my grandfather's. It's been closed for many years, and I haven't given it a thought, except when the tax bills came due, or the caretaker sent in his account. It's so far away my sister won't live there, and it's too big and formidable for one lone man to summer in by himself. Now, why wouldn't it be a capital idea for you to pack up your goods and chattels here, and take your family right up there and make that your home? The lodge is comfortable and roomy, and I don't see why Mr. Slosson couldn't recover there as well, if not better, than where he is. I'd like to put the place in order, make some improvements, do a little remodelling. I need a trusty man to oversee the labourers, and keep an eye and close tab on the workmen I send up from town. If Mr. Slosson would act as superintendent for me, I'd pay him what such a position is worth, and you would have your house, fuel, and vegetables free. Don't try to answer now. You'd be foolish to make a decision in a hurry that you might regret later. Write to your husband, talk it over with him. He might prefer to choose a job for himself, and remember, it's way out in the country. The children would have to walk some distance to school." "Give 'em exercise, long of their exercises," said Martha. "The church in the village is certainly 3 miles off." "My husband don't go to church as regular as I might wish," Mrs. Slosson observed. "I tell him the reason men don't be going to church so much these days is for fear they might hear something they believe." "You would find country life tame, perhaps, after the city." "Well, the city life ain't been that wild for me that I'd miss the dizzy whirl, and anyhow we'd be together," Martha said. "We'd be together, maybe, come our wedding day, the 4th of July. We never been apart once on that day, all the 15 years we've been married," she mused. "But, well, but come winter, and Miss Sherman opens her house again, and wants Miss Clare back, who's going to look out for her?" "Why, as to that," said Mr. Ronald, so vaguely it sounded almost supercilious to Clare. In an instant her pride rose in revolt, rebelling against the notion he might have that she could possibly put forth any claim upon his consideration. "Oh, please, please don't think of me, Martha," she cried vehemently. "I have entirely other plans. You mustn't give me or my affairs a thought in settling your own. You must do what's best for you. You mustn't count for or on me in the least. I have not told you before, but I've made up my mind I must resign my position at Mrs. Sherman's anyway. I'll write her at once. I'll tell her myself, of course, but I tell you now to show that you mustn't have me in mind at all in making your plans." Martha's low-pitched voice fell upon Clare's tense, nervous one with soothing calmness. "Certainly not, Miss Clare. she said. "And you'll write to your husband and report to him what I propose?" suggested Mr. Ronald, as if over Claire's head. "Sure I will, sir. And if he likes the idea, my secretary will discuss the details with him later. Wages, duties, all the details." "Yes, sir." "And you may tell the children I'll leave orders that the car be sent for them some other day. I find it's not convenient, after all, for me to take them myself this afternoon. I spoke too fast in proposing it. But they'll not be disappointed. Mr. Blennerhassett will see to that. I leave town tonight to be gone, well, indefinitely. In any case, until well on into the autumn or winter. Any letter you may direct to me, care of Mr. Blennerhassett at the office, will be attended to at once. Goodbye, Martha. Miss Lang." He was gone. When the car had shot out of sound and sight, Martha withdrew from the window, from behind the blinds of which she had been peering eagerly. "He certainly is a little woolly wonder," meaning no offence, she observed, with a deep-drawn sigh. "Yes, Mr. Ronald is as good as they make 'em, and don't you forget it." She seated herself opposite Claire, drawing her chair quite close. "Pity you and him is so on the outs. I'm not speaking of him much, but anybody with half an eye can see you got a regular hate on him. Anyone can see that." A moment of silence, and then Claire flung herself sobbing and quivering across Martha's lap, ready to receive her. "Oh, Martha," she choked. End of chapter 16. Read by Sandra. Chapter 17 of Martha by the Day. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Chapter 17. "Well now, what do you think of that? Ain't it the end of the law? The high-handed way he has of doing things. Think of the likes of me closing up my town house and taking my family, including Flicker and Nick's Comerhouse, to the country place for all the world like I was a lady, born and bred. Sammy, you sit still in your seat and eat the candy Mr. Blennerhassett brought you, and quit your rubbering, or the train'll start suddenly and give you a twist in your neck you won't get over in a hurry. Ma, you comfortable. Cora and Francie, see, you behave like little ladies, or I'll attend to you later. See how quiet Sabina is. Say, Sabina, what you doing? Now what do you think of that? If that child ain't dropped off to sleep, sucking the red plush of the seat, for all the world like she didn't have a wink of rest last night, or a bite or a sup this morning, and she slept the clock round and ate a breakfast fit for a trooper. Say, Sabina, here, wake up. Take your tongue off in that beautiful cotton-back plush, do you hear? In the first place, the gentleman that owns this railroad don't want their upholstery et by little girls, and besides, it's making your mouth all red. In second place, the cars isn't the time to sleep, leastwise not so early in the morning. Miss Clare, child, don't look so scared. You ain't committing no crime going along with us, and he'll never suspicion anyhow. He's probably on the Bountain Biller by this time, and Mr. Blennerhassett, he don't know you from a hole in the ground. Besides, whose business is it, anyway? You ain't going as his guest, and I told you before you're my boarder, same as you've always been, and it's nobody's concern if you board down here or up there. Say, ain't these flowers just grand? The box looks kinder like a young coffin, but never mind that. A body would think all that fruit and stuff was enough of a send-off, but Lord, Mr. Ronald, he don't do things by halves, does he? It wouldn't seem so surprising now if he'd knew you was coming along, and all this, Mr. Blennerhassett himself helping look after us and see us off, as if I was a little tender flower that didn't know a railroad ticket from a trunk check. I say, it wouldn't seem so surprising if he'd knew you was coming along. I'd think it was on your account. what they calls delicate attentions, the sort of thing a gentleman does when he's got his eye on a young lady for his wife, and is sort of breaking it to her gently, kinder beckoning with the barn door, as the saying is. But Mr. Ronald ain't the faintest notion but you've gone back to your folks in Grand Rapids, and so all these favours is for me, of course. Well, I certainly take to luxury like a duck takes to water. I never knew it was so easy to feel comfortable. I guess I've been a little hard on the wealthy in the past. Now, if you should marry a rich man, I don't believe—" Claire sighed wearily. "I'll never marry anybody, Martha, and besides, a rich man wouldn't be likely to go to a cheap boarding-house for a wife, and next winter oh, isn't it warm? Don't you wish the train would start?" At last the train did start, and they were whirled out of the steaming city, over the hills and far away, through endless stretches of sunlit country, and the long, long hours of the hot summer day, until at night they reached their destination and found Sam Slosson waiting there in the cool twilight to welcome them. Followed days of rarest bliss for Martha, when she could marshal out her small forces, setting each his particular task and seeing it was done with thoroughness and despatch, so that in an inconceivably short time her new home shone with all the spotless cleanliness of the old, and added comeliness beside. "Ain't it the little palace?" she inquired when all was finished. "I wouldn't change my lodge for the great house, grand as it is, not for anything you could offer me. Nor I wouldn't call the Queen my cousin, now we're all in it together. I'm feeling that joyful I'd like to have what they calls a house swarming, only there ain't, by the looks of it, any neighbours much to swarm." "No," said Ma regretfully, "I noticed there ain't no neighbours to speak of." "Well then, we can't speak of them," returned Martha, "which'll save us from falling under God's wrath as gossips. There's never any great loss without some small gain." "But we must have some sort of jollification," Claire insisted. "Doesn't your wedding day, the anniversary of it, I mean, come round about this time? You said the 4th, didn't you?" Martha nodded. "Sam Slosson and me'll be 15 years married come 4th of July," she announced. "We chose that day because we was so poor we knew we couldn't do nothing great in the line of celebration ourselves, so we just kind of managed it so's without inconveniencing the nation any, or adding unduly to its expenses, it would do our celebrating for us. You ain't no notion how grand it makes a body feel to be woke up at the crack of dawn on one's wedding morning with the noise of the bombarding in honour of the day. I'm like to miss it this year, with only my own 4 young Yankees spoiling my sleep, setting off torpedoes under my nose." "You won't miss anything," said Claire assuringly, "but you mustn't say a word to Sam, and you mustn't ask any questions yourself, for what is going to happen is to be a wonderful surprise." "You bet your life it is," murmured Martha complacently to herself, after Claire had hastened off to confer with the children and plan a programme for the great day. Ma to make the wedding cake, Cora to recite her piece, Francie and Sammy to be dressed as pages and bear each a tray, spread with the gifts it was to be her own task and privilege to contrive, Sabina to hover over all as a sort of Cupid, who, if somewhat hefty as to avoirdupois, was in all other respects a perfect little love. It seemed as if the intervening days were winged, so fast they flew. Claire never could have believed there was so much to be done for such a simple festival, and of course the entire weight fell on her shoulders, for Ma was as much of a child in such matters as any, and Martha could not be appealed to, being the bride, and moreover being away at the great house, where tremendous changes were in progress. But at last came the wonderful day, and everything was in readiness. First a forenoon of small explosive delights for the children, then, as the day waned, a dinner eaten outdoors, picnic fashion on the grass, under the spreading trees, beneath the shadows of the mighty mountain tops. What difference if Ma's cake, crowning a perfect feast, had suffered a little in the frosting, and its touching sentiment, traced in snowy lettering upon a bridal white ground, did read. 15 years of marred life. It is sometimes one's ill luck to misspell a word, and though a wedding cake is usually large, and this was no exception, the space was limited, and besides, no one but Sam Senior and Miss Lang noticed it anyhow. A quizzical light in his eye, Mr. Slosson scrawled on a scrap of paper which he passed to Claire with apologies for the liberty, the words, "She'd been nearer the truth if she'd left out the 2 R's while she was about it, and had it 15 years of mad life." Then came Cora's piece, her courtesy, right foot back, knees slightly bent, right hand on left side, presumably over heart, actually over stomach, chin diving into the bony hollow of her neck. Cora's courtesy was a thing to be remembered. "Lady Claire," she announced it with ceremony, and this time Martha noticed the recalcitrant garter held fast to its moorings. "'Twas the time when lilies blow and clouds are highest up in air. Lord Ronald brought a lily-white doe." "His," prompted Martha in a loud stage whisper. "His, not a." Cora accepted the correction obediently, but her self-confidence was shaken. She managed to stammer, "Give to his cousin, Lady Claire," and then a storm of tears set in, drowning her utterance. "Well, what do you think of that?" exclaimed Martha, amazed at the undue sensitiveness of her offspring. "Never mind, Cora, you done it grand, as far as you went." To cover this slight mishap, Claire gave a hurried signal to the pages, who appeared forthwith in splendid form, if a little overweighted by the burdens they bore. In some strange way, Claire's simple gifts had been secretly augmented until they piled up upon the trays, twin mountains of treasure. When the first surprise was past and the wonders examined and exclaimed over, Martha bent toward Claire from her seat of honour on the grass. "Didn't I think to tell you Mr. Blennerhassett come up on the early train? Sammy, he drove down to the station himself to meet him. Mr. Blennerhassett brought up all them grand things for Mr. Ronald. Ain't he? I mean, Mr. Ronald, a caution to have remembered that day. I've been so took up with things over there to the great house, I must have forgot to tell you about Mr. Blennerhassett. Ain't everything just elegant? It's pretty, the way the night comes down up here, with the sharp pinheads of stars pricking through one by one. They don't seem like that in the city, do they? And the moon's coming up great." Claire's eyes were fixed on the grassy slope ahead. "Who are those 3 men over there?" she asked. "What are they doing? I can't make out in the dusk anything but shadow forms." "Sam and Mr. Blennerhassett, and another fella from the neighbourhood. Mr. Blennerhassett, he brought up some fireworks to surprise the young uns, and they're going to set 'em off. It's early yet, but the sooner it's over, the sooner to sleep, and the kids has had an exciting day." Up shot a rocket, drawing the children's breaths skyward with it in long-drawn ahs of perfect ecstasy. Then pinwheels, some of which, not to belie their nature, balked obstinately, refusing to be coerced or wheedled into doing their duty. "Say, now, Mother," cried Francie excitedly, "that pinwheel, in the middle of it was a cork. When it got over spinning fast, I saw the cork." "Don't you ever do that no more," cautioned Martha. "Never you see the cork. It's the light you want to keep your eye on," which, as Claire thought it over, seemed to her advice of a particularly shrewd and timely nature. She was still pondering this and some other things when she felt Mrs. Slosson's hand on her shoulder. "It's over now, and I'm going to take the young uns in and put 'em to bed. But don't you stir. Just you sit there a while in the moonlight and enjoy the quiet and peace by yourself. You done a hard day's work, and you give me and Sammy what we won't forget in a hurry. So you just stay out here a few minutes, or as long as you want her, away from the children's clatter, and God bless you." Claire's gaze, following the great form affectionately, saw it pass into the darker shadows, then forth out into the light that shone from the open door of the lodge. "She's home, and they're together. Unconsciously she spoke her grateful thought aloud. Yes, she's home, and they're together. The words were repeated very quietly, but there was that in the well-known voice so close at hand that seemed to Claire to shake the world. In an instant she was upon her feet, gazing up, speechless, into Francis Ronald's baffling eyes. "You are very kind to everyone," he said, "but for me you have only a sting, and yet I love you." Martha was still busy wrestling with the pyramid of dishes left over from the feast when at last Claire came in alone. "Did you get a chance to compose yourself and quiet down some under the stars?" inquired Mrs. Slosson. "It's been a noisy day with lots doing. I don't wonder you're so tired. Your cheeks is fairly blazing with it, and your eyes are shining like little lamps." You knew he was here," said Claire accusingly. "He? Who? Ah, you mean Mr. Ronald. Didn't I think to tell you? He came up along with Mr. Blennerhassett. I've been so frustrated with all the unexpected surprises of the day, it must have slipped my mind." "I've seen Mr. Ronald," Claire said. "I've spoken with him. Now, what do you think of that? Wonders never cease." "Do you know what I did?" "Cert me." "I told him the truth." "Well, and?" "I'm going to marry him." Mrs. Slosson sat down hard upon the nearest chair, as if the happy shock had deprived her of strength to support her own weight. "No!" she fairly shouted. "Yes!" cried Claire. "And oh, Martha, I'm so happy. And did you ever dream such a thing could possibly happen?" "Well, you certainly have given me a start. I often thought how I'd like to see Mr. Ronald, your financier, or your trousseau, or whatever they call it. But that it would really come to pass." She paused. "Oh, you don't know how I dreaded next winter," Claire said, as if she were thinking aloud. "I went over it, and I went over it in my mind, what I'd do, where I'd go, and now I couldn't take that fine job you had your eye on for me, not even if it had come to something. Don't you remember? I mean, the splendid job you had the idea about that first night I was sick. I shan't need it now, shall I, Martha?" "You got it," said Martha. Claire's wide eyes opened wider in wonderment. She stared silently at Mrs. Slosson for a moment. Then the light began to break in upon her slowly, but with unmistakable illumination. "You don't mean—" she stammered. "Certainly," said Martha. End of chapter 17, and the end of Martha by the Day by Julie M. Lippmann. Read for Librivox.org by Sandra.